My channel is called The Business, and it is described as the definitive school of power dynamics, because that's exactly what we discuss and focus on. But before you can become empowered, someone or something has to instruct you and teach you on how to become empowered. So tonight, we're going to be having a little discussion about advice. And I've touched upon this before, but I wanted to talk about this now because I saw something and it dovetails nicely off of what I wanted to discuss here tonight. I wanted to play a video clip here for you all, and I want you to listen to it for yourselves, and then we'll discuss it.
Love like crazy and he'll love you the same way back. How do you find him? Well, you forget your head and you listen to your heart. Because the truth is, honey, there's no sense living your life without this. To make the journey and not fall deeply in love, well, you haven't lived a life at all. But you have to try, because if you haven't tried, you haven't lived. Someone you can love like crazy and who'll love you the same way back. How do you find him? Well, you forget your head and you listen to your heart. Because the truth is, honey, there's no sense living your life without this. To make the journey and not fall deeply in love, well, you haven't lived a life at all. But you have to try, because if you haven't tried, you haven't lived.
Found that to be interesting here because what I'm looking at are the signs of exactly how this kind of thing goes bad. Now, I have to say that, quite frankly, I do find some redeeming things in what he was saying here in this particular movie clip here. I find there to be some redeeming things, some things in there that I agree with. However, there's a problem, and it's simply put a problem that you can't get away from and can't escape. The problem that you can't escape is take a look at her when he's talking to her. You take a look at her. She is listening to him intently. She is believing what he says. That's the point I'm trying to make. She believes what this father figure is saying to her. She is taking this as gospel because she's young. And like anybody else, you don't want to go out there and go stub your toes all over the place. You figure somebody older than you who's already been down the road, they should have the answers, right? After all, they've lived this life and they've experienced these things. How in the world could you have gotten as old as you are? Gray hairs, rickety knees. How did you get as old as you are and didn't pick up some knowledge and some wisdom along the way, especially for some things that seem to be fundamental and elementary? So of course you trust the people older than you intrinsically because logic would seem to dictate that the longer you've lived, the more you've learned, and that you actually have a handle on these things. But that's not really the way it works now, is it? No, we've all met a bunch of people who they didn't get older and wiser. They just got older. They're making the same damn mistakes or even worse mistakes as they got older than they were when they were younger. And this can be outrageously confusing and deceptive to a young person. You're expecting these people to have the answers and they don't. Or they have partial answers. Or their answers are obsolete. And to the young female population of the day, or even not so young female population of the day, most of you were misled by your fathers. Most of you were. Not some, not a simple majority. Most of you were misled by your fathers. I'll give you an example. Can you imagine some of the lessons that Russell Wilson is teaching his daughter? Can you imagine? Do you dare to fathom some of the things that she's picking up off of him? Some of the advice she's going to be getting or has gotten, some of the inclinations that she's going to pick up off of him. Think about that for just a few moments. That Russell Wilson will be sitting there and he'll have children and they're going to be listening to him. And think about some of the things that he's going to tell her. He's going to tell her about How I Met Your Mother. Or at least he's going to give her his version of How He Met Her Mother. He's going to give her that version of it. Now, we all know he's not actually going to give the real version of it now, don't we? We all know that he's not actually going to tell the actual story that occurred. Now, is he? And we all know that her mother isn't going to tell the whole story. Is she? No. They're going to get some distorted Frankenstein monster of the events. That's what they're going to end up with. The daughter will not be told the truth. The daughter will not be told what the father actually did. The daughter will not be told what the father actually lived through. The daughter will not be told what the events actually were. The daughter won't be told about how there were so many people around who were congratulating and cheering them on making a mistake and doing the wrong thing. The mother and father are not going to have much of a conversation with the daughter at all about a man named Future. Neither the mother nor the father are going to give an accurate accounting of what really happened and what the things they're saying to them really mean. How can you make an informed decision when you don't have all the necessary information that you need, when the information is being cherry-picked and curated and processed? How do you make an informed decision? And what kind of woman are you going to grow into? And what type of misconceptions are you going to carry into the world with you? What will it be? What if you get a bit older and the man that you've been listening to has told you how great things have been and how great things are going? But there's something wrong. There is something wrong. Now, before you all get started here, please do not inundate my chat room or anything else about the alleged rumors surrounding allegedly divorce between Steve Harvey and Marjorie Harvey. Steve has come out today, and that's why everybody was asking me what I thought. I'm like, I ain't heard, there hasn't been a single reliable source that said anything like that. So no, we don't go off of that nonsense. I'm sure that there are issues, but the folks out here throwing stuff at the wall and hoping that it'll stick. Sorry, folks, you can't talk your way into these things. So while there is no indication that they are getting divorced, what we have absolutely confirmed is that obviously this has not been advantageous. We all know that there are problems. We all know that there's phoniness. We all know it ain't right. And we all know they're going to hang in there as long as they can. But even more pertinently, the daughter has listened to both the mother and now the father and stepfather. And you can imagine some of the misconceptions that they've walked away with. You can take a look at her life and what she's done, and some of the misconceptions that she's carrying. Jason, what do you mean by that? Folks, you do understand that Steve Harvey, out of 18 million black males, 20 million black males in America, Steve Harvey is a 1 in a million. And I mean that literally. Steve Harvey is a 1 in a million. There's not some string of Steve Harveys walking the streets like that. It just isn't. But if you've been fed the misconception that don't worry, you are so great because you're our daughter or stepdaughter, you're so great and you're so wonderful. Here's the problem that I have. The problem that I have is that the women, the young ladies, they are going to listen to these older people. They're going to listen to father, and they are going to tell themselves that father knows best. They're going to tell themselves that the way their father treated them, what their father conditioned them to believe, why that must be what's correct. That must be right. You can have the ability to attempt to fake your way through it for a little while, but eventually the truth is going to catch up to you. And when it does, it'll be devastating when you realize that father doesn't know best, father knows least. Where does the rubber meet the road? Where does calamity meet opportunity? The rubber meets the road when you attempt to come to us, the men of the society, with the things that your father told you, or at least your interpretation of what your father told you. Oh, now you're in big trouble. There are a bunch of you, if you're living under misconceptions, or if you misinterpreted what he said. Now you've walked out into the world and you expect men who didn't raise you, men that you don't know like that, men who are not familial connections, men who are not genetic connections, you're expecting us to be fellow travelers and identify with your father. You see, you identify with your dad because he raised you. Here's the problem. He didn't raise us. We don't identify with him. There may be some things he does or says we agree with, but I guarantee you there's a number of things that he says and does that we absolutely do not agree with, and we have absolutely no intention of living under it. As his daughter, you were his subordinate. So you see, your dad wasn't your husband or your boyfriend. So the things that he said to you, you have to take that through in a certain context and through a certain prism. The stuff he said worked for you as general advice, but your daddy doesn't want the same thing from you that we as the men of the society want from you. Your father wants something different. His expectations of what you would do for him are different than our expectations of what you are going to do for and with us. If you agree with what you're hearing here tonight, give me the thumbs up emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me, so you can let people know that those of you who are listening here live actually are not just here in the room, but you actually agree with what you're hearing here tonight. Now, it's going to upset some people what I'm saying, and I understand that. So if that's the case, I'll just go ahead and end it early so that we don't assault your sensibilities more than we just absolutely have to. But before we go any further, I did want to give a moment here. If you agree with what you're hearing, hit the likes button for me. This will be a hard pill to swallow for many, and I know I've been talking about the men a lot this month. I know this month I've really been drilling down on the men, But this is something I think needs to be said here, because the men, not just the men of today, but of the previous generations, the men of these previous generations have been guilty of malfeasance. They've been guilty of fraud. They have been guilty of negligence. They have been so preoccupied and so concerned with doing what they felt was in their best interest that they have not been doing what's in the group's best interest. And in many of their cases, they felt that lying to their daughters was in their best interest. After all, he had the woman that he wanted. Therefore, he was giving his daughter the advice of what he wished were waiting for her in the world, not of what was actually there. He was giving his daughter the advice of what he wished were waiting in the world, not the advice and understanding of what is actually there. You see, Steve Harvey was willing to accept a female who had been with the dope dealers and the dope boys, and he was willing to hold a candle out for that woman for decades. That ain't the way it works with men. That's not the way it happens in reality. That is the exception. Men grow very disenchanted with females very quickly. Every woman knows that before a man has slept with you, he's willing to move mountains, he's willing to work overtime, he's willing to do all kinds of things. After he's been sleeping with you for a good 6 months or a year, a whole lot of that extra drive and motivation and heat and passion dies off quick. He's not willing to put in all that effort he was before. So if your father has told you or conditioned you to believe that you gonna have that nostalgia power and that the men will just be sitting around waiting for you, that's what it'll be. Your father is doing you a tremendous disservice. A tremendous disservice. Because it's not true. It's not true. Steve Harvey was willing to do that. But the men that Steve Harvey's stepdaughter have been encountering are not. Those fellas done moved on to the next. Lori is out here watching her sexual resume look like a negligent temp worker with a stepfather and a mother who have most likely been gassing her head up to hot air balloon proportions, telling her that she's got an everlasting gobstopper. And don't worry, this'll never get old. To those of you who just got your notifications because YouTube has shadow banned the channel, please make sure you hit the likes button. My likes are kind of lacking, so it's going to be a short program tonight, but I did want to come in and at least address this. Ladies, men don't give a damn about what your daddy thought. We really don't. That's why you don't hear a bunch of men question. Let me explain something. To all of the so-called YouTube gurus and whatnot, there's a reason why the stuff y'all talking about doesn't work. As men, we don't really care what her father is like. Fellas, let somebody else tell the damn lies. Jason Black don't lay it on the bricks the way it is. Ma'am, we don't really care where your father came from. We don't really care how your daddy got down. So you see, if your father was an investment banker or a dope dealer, we don't really care about that. Because it doesn't matter who the man was who raised you. We expect you to get on our program. So whether he was an investment banker or whether he was a dope dealer, the requirement we have of you is gonna be the same. I don't think that your investment banker dad was preparing you to be my woman. any more than I think the dope dealer was preparing you to be my woman. So you see, in reality, we don't actually ask you those kind of questions because it really doesn't matter to us. Now, do we sometimes think about those things in retrospect if things went bad? Sure, we do. But let's just be very clear. Men don't think that way, and we don't calculate that way because it doesn't matter how quote unquote good your father was or how bad he was. We're not going to put you on his program. No matter how highly you think of him, no matter how quote unquote good of a job he did, you're going to have to get on our program. Maybe there were some rules he gave you that you could use. Maybe there weren't. At the end of the day, we are the ones who are going to finish forming you. And we're not going to use your father's playbook. And we're not going to use your father's handbook. We ain't doing it. None of us are sitting down. Ladies, ask yourselves a damn question here to every single female in this chat room tonight. How many of you had a man in your life who said, you know what, baby, I really do love you, but I don't think that I can be the right man for you until after I've talked to your father and he tells me how to be the right man for you? Give me the thumbs up emoji, ladies, if that's what a man told you, that he didn't think he could be the right man for you until after your father told him how to do it. And give me the thumbs down emoji if that ain't never happened in your life. No, the rest of these folks out here guessing their way through it and messing up. Let's use some critical thinking skills here. There's not a single female, listen to me right now, that a man that you met ever told you, baby, I love you, but I need to talk to your father, and I need your father to tell me how to be the man you need me to be. I just don't feel comfortable trying to wing this on my own and fly by the seat of my pants on my own. I just don't think I can do that. How many men have you known that ever told you that we were looking to your father for direction on how we gonna run things? When did you ever see that? Most of you done got laid on by a whole bunch of niggas, never met your father. And yet you'll have females try to tell me that they depend on what their daddy had to say. Let me see what dad has to say. I wouldn't want to overrule that. Let me see what dad has to tell me. There isn't a single man, no matter how successful or no matter how bummy, who has ever approached any of you women saying, we want your father to give us the game on how to deal with you. Now, we might ask our fathers, but we ain't looking to ask yours. We don't need any advice from him. He already done made the deposit we need him to. We'll take it from here, Dad. So, ladies, as men, brutal reality, we don't really give a damn what your father thinks. We really don't. And we don't mean that disrespectfully. What I'm saying is, when your father was raising you, he was the last word on everything. When you get with us, me, the last word on everything. This idea that you're going to be our woman, but your father's daughter, no, you might want to just go back and go stay with him. None of us are looking to run things his way. We're not looking to him for advice. We're not looking to him for tutelage. We're not looking to him to raise us. We're not looking to him for anything. Really, we ain't. We're not looking to him for a damn thing. We're really not. In the chat room, Jesse Craig will be calling in when the phone lines open. He'll be calling up when the phone lines open. As men, no disrespect, but we don't really care what your father has to say as far as trying to instruct us. Your father is not running our household. And when I say ours, I mean as the men. Your father's not running our household. And if you haven't made the transition from being your father's daughter to being a man's woman, then your father failed. Ladies, if you are a grown woman and you have been unable to make the transition from being your father's daughter to being a man's woman, you have failed. And you know how we know that that's correct? Because as women, you consider a fella to be a failure if he has been unable to make the transition from being his mother's son to being a woman's man. There's not a single female here who is looking for a man who's going to be running to his mother and talking about, well, my mama does things this way. My mama does it like this. My mama's it. You might let him do that. My mama does 1 or 2 times. You're not going to sit there with him 9 and 10 times later telling you his mama does things like XYZ. The first thing you say is, you need to be with your mama. Ladies, when you try to tell us about how your daddy did things or how your father does things, guess what? We got the same reaction. Just like you don't care how our mothers did things or do things, guess what? It's the same thing over here. We are not impressed. We are not stupefied. We are not astounded by the way your daddy did or does things. It's like, hey, that's real cool. That's great. We gonna do it the way I said. On account of the fact that I'm gonna be responsible for however things are done here. I'm gonna be responsible for that. Your father is not gonna be responsible for what happens here. I am. Your father is not going to be pulling the freight for what happens here. I am. Your father is not going to have to face the consequences if things don't go a certain way. I am. Your father is a visitor. I am the landlord. Just like when I go over to his house, I am a visitor. I'm not the landlord. So if you think that your father is going to be leverage that you're going to use in order to somehow get me to be submissive, because this is what the fellas are telling you. Ladies, bringing up your father is, you think that's some psychological game that makes a man submissive to you. Well, you know, my father did. You think you're pulling the Jedi mind trick. Well, if I phrase this in masculine terms, then you'll go along with it easier. If I phrase this in masculine terms, won't that make it better for you there if I say it in masculine terms? No. No, it doesn't change anything. No, it didn't make it different. No, it didn't make it where we're, well, you know, now that you said it like that, well, oh, if I didn't know your daddy did it like that. Oh, that's good. I've always wanted to do things the way your dad does. Ladies, how many men in your damn life have ever told you that? That we're waiting to do things the way your dad does. This is something you all haven't thought about because it's inconvenient to do so. very inconvenient for you to do so, because if you have failed at your feminine responsibility to conform and adapt to a new man, which is what your father was supposed to be raising you for. Your father was supposed to be raising you so that you could conform and adapt to another man's home. The man he would be handing you off to, which is literally what wedding and marriages are. He's handing his daughter off for another man to become her protector and provider. That's what they're doing. But if your daddy failed to do that, then you're coming to a new man telling him about what your father did, as if he's supposed to be all impressed by that. And what you're not understanding is that's an insult. You think we just been waiting for instructions from your daddy? But I sure am glad you came here so you can tell me how your father does things, because I didn't really have a clue how I was going to get that done if you didn't tell me that was what, oh, really? He would have done it like this? Oh, good. Because I've always wanted to be the type of man that your daddy is. Ladies, think about that for a few moments. How many men have you met sit around and told you they always wanted to be the man your father was? Boy, I wish I could be a man like him. So do wish I could have been like him. I need to be around him so I can soak up the game and he can help me finish my manhood training. There are men who they might get that kind of mentorship under, but it ain't gonna be yo daddy. It's not gonna be your father. That's something that might happen if the guy you with is a damn teenager. But for a fella who's 22, 23, 25, 28, 38, 48, baby, look here, your daddy can't do nothing for us. Furthermore, you wouldn't be with us if we needed him for anything. You wouldn't even be here. No, we're not really interested. Not really interested. Not really. This is a shock to the system for a bunch of you here because you haven't had folks explaining it the way I had here tonight to tell you that, by the way, straight up and down, as men, it isn't just that, well, your father did things one way and we gonna do it a different way. No, I don't give a damn what your father thinks. I really don't. No. I mean it the way I said it. I don't give a high horse John Wayne damn what your father thinks or how your father would do things. No disrespect. I don't need him to run my house. I'm not looking to him for mentorship on how to run my program. I already know what I want my program to be. Yo, daddy might have been good laying up with some heifer got run through by 50, 60 niggas dealing dope and every damn thing else. I might not be okay with a chick that 40, 50, 60 niggas done seen naked. I might not be okay with that. Yo, daddy might have been able to make a life with that kind of heifer. I can't do it. So you see, if you are telling your daughter that there are peak value men, there are producers out there who they don't care about her sexual history. Understand these words I'm about to say to you, ladies. He's speaking for himself. Yo, daddy is speaking for himself. He isn't speaking for us. He's not speaking for us. Not at all. Not at all. He's not speaking for us. Yo, daddy is saying things that he wants you to believe, or he's saying something that worked well for him. We ain't got the same vibe off of it. We didn't get the same vibe. That's not what we're looking for here. We have our own. Yo mama might have been good enough for your dad. We might need somebody who's better than your mama was. We might be looking for someone better than your mom was. That can be a hard one for you to swallow too. Is, hey, you know what? The reason that men like younger females is because they ain't been run through, trashed out, ragged out, run over, tire tracks, left in the alley. You haven't had enough time for that to happen yet. So you might be dumb enough for it to happen, but you haven't had enough time for it to happen yet. You might not have had time for that. You might not have had time for that. So we're like, okay, well, maybe that'll go ahead and maybe that'll work itself out. Then again, maybe it won't. Maybe it'll work itself out, maybe it won't. But we want something cleaner than your mom. Maybe your daddy is a professional alpha, but in his personal life, the nigga is the pits. Ladies, if your daddy is a buck broken beta, baby, we ain't trying to learn how to run things the way he did. We are not trying to learn how to run things the way your daddy does. See, you might see your daddy, ooh, he was kind and gentle. The rest of us think your daddy was a hoe. Your daddy was a trick. Your daddy was a hoe and your daddy was a trick. Your daddy is beta. Your daddy is weak. Ladies, ask yourselves, does your father have a group of men who admire him and look up to him? Go over to your daddy's place on Sunday. I'm not talking about his brothers. I'm talking about random people. People who've heard about his reputation and they admire him because of that. 99% of you sit your asses down. Hell no. The only person who admires you is you. The only person who admires your daddy is you. He's not looked up to. He's not well respected. There are not other men who compare themselves to him and they say, yeah, that's the guy we want to be like. That's the fellow we trying to be like. We respect the way he does things. No, you don't. Stop lying in my chat room. Get off the fentanyl. No, that's not your pops. That's your pipe dream. Get off the pipe. Get off the pipe. And I'm trying to be nice. Get off the pipe. Knock it off. That only makes you feel better when you tripping mollies. Get off the pipe. Being on the pipe is not going to make your daddy any better. I'm not being insulting. I'm just saying, hitting the pipe is not going to make it better. My daddy was the man. Girl, if you don't quit, just knock it off. If you said your daddy's name right now, wouldn't a nigga from Chattanooga to California know who the hell he was? Put the pipe down. Nobody knows who your dad is. Nobody. If you said his name, there's not a single person in the city that you in. We can try that if you want to, ma'am. If that's truly a statement, then you should be able to tell us what his name is and what city he is. And folks in the city would be in the chat room. It's like, oh, I know him. That's a solid dude. I know him. That's a solid dude. That's a solid fella there. That's a solid fella. Some of these chicks here, like I say, they gotta get their lives together. My daddy was Lamar Jenkins from Biloxi, Mississippi. He on the tire shop down the street.
And deal with it, nigga.
In any case, ladies, you're going to have to accept that because you were raised by your father, your view of your daddy is radically different than the rest of us. Your view of your daddy is radically different. Your daddy's little girl. Congratulations. Did this heifer in the chat room talk about they know JT from here to Korea? Okay. Y'all, like I say, this is what happens when your mama used to be one of the Soul Train dancers. When your mama used to be one of the Soul Train dancers and she ends up in somebody's chat room on YouTube. My daddy met Don Cornelius. See, this is what happens when you hit the pipe and it's boogie nights and 4 decades later and everybody knows JT. He used to be the tour bus driver for Kool and the Gang. All right. Everybody know JT. My daddy is JT. Ma'am, can you narrow it down? Everybody know him. Y'all, does anybody know JT? She just said everyone knows JT from here to Korea. I got an international audience. Is there anybody from here to Korea who's heard of JT? Asking for a friend. Is there anyone here who's heard of JT? Okay. I was just checking. Because according to her, y'all all heard of JT. Everybody heard of JT. And everybody admires JT. It's like, okay. I know a couple niggas went to jail named JT, but no, ma'am. No. All right. In any case, look, ladies, no offense. Your daddy might be a hoe. And I don't mean a hoe as in he had a lot of sex with a lot of women. I mean, your daddy might be a hoe-built dude. Not trying to hurt nobody's feelings, but that might be what it really, really is. That might be what it really, really is. So guess what? Your experience being raised by that beta buck dude, we sitting here like, okay, your dad's a nice, cool dude, I suppose, but he's not the kind of man I would want to be. So you're going to have to understand that you probably have a biased image of your father. You daddy's little girl. Okay, but once again, you might have to soak up some reality that some of those ways that your dad has that you don't really like, that those are not just minor things for other people. That's the only thing other people know about him. That's the way everybody else sees him. Those are not just little side issues. And that's the person that they remember. So we as the men in the general population, we're not impressed. We're not impressed. No, but seriously, we're not impressed. We're not. That's why we don't care about your father's advice. Now, I will give you one possible exception. I will give you one possible exception. Maybe if your dad is significantly more financially savvy, maybe we might want to sit down and chop it up with him for some business game. Well, yeah, we're always open to that. But just understand the distinction that I'm making. There's a whole big difference between we want to talk to your dad to find out how we can make more money or get a hustle together versus we want to talk to your dad to find out how to be a better man. That's a big difference. We're not looking to your father for that. We're not looking for your father to tell us how to be the man we need to be. We ain't really looking to him for that. Not really. To the females listening, y'all got to understand, for most of you, your fathers coddled you. And there's some people who think that coddling them is okay. You got to understand, but for other men, they don't believe in coddling their daughters like that. Case in point. Venus and Serena Williams' father. Earl Williams didn't coddle them girls. Earl Williams didn't coddle his daughters. Earl Williams didn't My Little Pony his daughters. Earl Williams didn't sit up here and Barbie doll his daughters. You can say he wished he had sons or whatever the hell you want to. Earl Williams did not coddle his daughters. Earl Williams didn't pink princess his daughters. He didn't raise princesses. He didn't raise pink princesses. He raised warrior princesses. Oh, you didn't think I was going there with it. You didn't know it was going to happen like that.
Alrighty then.
Like I say, Earl Williams didn't want to have children like your daddy raised. Earl Williams did not want his daughters to grow up the way your mama did. Earl Williams wanted something else. He wanted something different. And he did something with his daughters that your mama couldn't do with you and your father couldn't do with you. Let's just keep that all the way real. Earl Williams did something with his daughters that your daddy never did with you. While you were sitting over there with your easy bake oven and your barrettes. No offense, but Earl Williams did something with his daughters that your father didn't do with you. And let's just keep it real. Something your father couldn't do. It's something he just couldn't do. Your daddy couldn't have turned you into Venus or Serena Williams if he had 1,000 years to do it. No disrespect, just keeping it all on the bricks. Keeping it all on the bricks. Just want you to understand that. See, those are the things you need to think about right there. Those are the things that we as men think about. We might not want that. In the chat room here for some of the ADHD lead pipe babies in the chat room. Some of them talking about divestment. You got to understand, you got to put the crack pipe down too. You got to put the crack pipe down too. I didn't say you have to like it. Some of you fellas in here, some of you fruit booty mamas boys, some of you Jolly Rancher booty mamas boys, let's just understand something. First of all, you were never eligible to be with Venus nor Serena anyway. That's the first thing. So before you get in your pink panties, getting upset, talking about divesting, by the way, first of all, you were never eligible to be with her in the first place. So I don't know why you so sore about it. You were never in the running. It wasn't like Venus and Serena was sitting around saying, damn, I wish R.O. was available for me. Damn, if R.O. had been here, I would have chose him. Nigga, get over yourself in your little fantasy world. Get that Xbox controller out your backside and get in the real world, dude. It wasn't like you were an option. It wasn't like any of them or any of the others are sitting around waiting for you to be available. It's not like any of them are sitting there on their beds with their camisole and their footies on. Damn, I wish he looking at your picture on their smartphones. Damn, the one who got away. Damn! It ain't like none of that's happening. It's not like any of them were saying that. It's not like any of them was sitting around saying that. They was waiting on me. They divested. Didn't they know that I was over here? No, actually, they didn't know that you existed. This is going to strike you as hard and difficult and strange, buddy. They didn't even know you existed. If they smacked a tennis ball and busted you upside the head and knocked you dead in the middle of Wimbledon, they never would have even noticed. Hard pill to swallow, but by the way, for any of the strawberry draws wearing mama's boys who are upset with Venus and Serena Williams, by the way, they had no idea you existed. Never did. And if you were there now, it's not like she would leave her husband to come be with you, to enjoy all the greatness that is you in my chat room. It wasn't like that was going to occur, so why don't you take it down a few notches and find some humility. It wasn't like you were going to be her next choice. It wasn't like you were the second choice. Furthermore, you do not know anything about why they did what they did, so I'm a firm believer. And by the way, there's more evidence. There's more evidence to be gotten. Oh, I am going to roast you. You being stupid. I mean, no, you don't have to ask me that. You will be roasted. That's what the R in your name stands for. Roasted over. That you will be roasted. Oh, certainly, sir. Like Planters, honey roasted peanuts. Oh, let the roasting begin. Yes. Well, what I'm just saying, dude, is that, yeah, you are deficient. If reality hurts, you shouldn't have said anything. You want to make a comment about divestment. I'm just showing you and illustrating and clarifying your place in the bigger picture. So don't get all sensitive now. You getting all sensitive and fruit booty now. Don't get all sensitive now. All I'm doing is advising you of your place in the bigger picture. If nobody ever did, I'm just the first one. You're welcome. But by the way, if you want to know why it is your opinion doesn't really matter, I didn't sit up here and throw insults about it. I explained to you very calmly, rationally, logically, and civilly why your opinion doesn't matter. Nobody was waiting for you. Venus and Serena Williams were not waiting for you. Halle Berry has not been waiting for you. None of them chicks are sitting around. Oh boy, can he hurry up and call? But they're not. So what I'm saying is the situation is bigger. Now, I do know some black fellas who did get to surfboard them luscious thick thighs. Now, we do know there's some black men who did. It just wasn't you. But by the way, one more thing. It ain't like old girl ain't had no black men on top of her before. And it wasn't like they didn't get there before the white dudes did. So before you want to flap your gums about that, by the way, It wasn't like there wasn't plenty of black men who already took them draws for a test drive. Maybe they know something that your Lego blocks built ass doesn't. See, that's the real issue you got right there. Some of you folks right here, lead pipe babies, maybe them fellas saw something that you didn't. Maybe they know something that you don't, and they just said, yeah, they can fall back. No, I ain't gonna put your business in the streets, Serena, but I'ma just fall back. Fellas, how many of you have been with a chick, she looked good, she smelled good, she talked good, and she was back crap crazy? Or she had a narcissistic attitude about herself. She didn't just think she was good, she thought she was supernatural. It's like, hey, baby, hold on. Your daddy made you a world champion. He didn't make you queen of the universe. And she really believes she's queen of the universe. All right, I'm not going to roast you and throw your business out there, but I'm going to fall back. I'm going to fall back. I'm going to fall back. See, this is why y'all need grown men to talk to you, not immature ass mama's boys in comment sections. This is grown folk talk. Hey, maybe the white dude is okay with some of that mess, and the brothers who were with her said, yeah, I'm good on that. I'm good on that. Halle Berry, come on, y'all. Chris Williams, Wesley Snipes, Dave Justice, Eric Benet. What the hell did all them fellas see that made them say, hey, I ain't sticking around for this. I'm not sticking around for this. Yeah, baby, you look good. I at least want to get that little trophy on the shelf. Okay, I slept with Halle Berry. Waiter, check, please. I'm not Mahatma Gandhi, I'm Mahatma Coat. Come on now. It's not like these women ain't never slept with black dudes before. But the brothers probably saw something. They're like, yeah, I'm good. Yeah, charge her to the game. Greatest female tennis player ever? Not the greatest woman ever. Not the greatest woman ever. You got to charge that to the game. She's a fantastic tennis player. Body is outrageous, but you don't have to live with her trophies, and you only live part of the time with her body. You got to live with what's between her ears the other 23 and a half hours of the day. And that might not be something that these fellas wanted to commit to. So y'all are talking about this divestment garbage and whatnot as if that has any bearing on what their father did. He raised them into fabulous tennis players. He raised them into fine, upstanding citizens. They might got around the men, and it's just like, okay, you're a little too hard-headed. You're a little too willful. You're a little too difficult to deal with. You're a little too full of yourself. You too much like your mama. While there's some jackasses smoking some of that old tainted weed in California talking about divestment, what if them fellas got with them like, you a little bit too much like your mama? Everybody talks about your dad, but by the way, you a little bit too much like them females in your family. You're a little too much like them. The good parts of you got from your dad, but some of this other mess you picked up from them hoes in your family. And some of them hoes who were hanging around. And that's the part we don't want to stick with. The white dudes might consider that to be sexy and sassy. Oh, you got some of that Aunt Jemima energy. Okay, well, the white dudes might be like, okay, we can roll with that. The brother's going to be like, I'm good on that. I'm good on that. All day. I'm good on that. You might want things to be different. You might want things to be different. So the way in which somebody ran their house, that might not necessarily be the way we want to run ours. And there may be improvements that need to be made. There might be improvements that need to be made, and the next set of improvements, we gonna be the one to make them. We gonna be the ones to make them. We'll be the ones to decide what kind of woman you are and what's good enough. We don't need assistance with that. We don't need assistance with that. But ladies, your daddy might be a hoe-built beta. We ain't trying to roll with that. And by the way, your father might be a good person to be a daughter under, and he might not be the person that you want to be a wife under. He might not be that. I can damn sure tell you as the men, we ain't looking for that neither. We're really, really not. We're really, really not. That's going to be a hard pill to swallow for a lot of you here because you living through the My Little Pony years. Ladies, I'm just letting you know right now, I've been talking about the fellas a lot this whole month right here because I wanted to educate you about that. As the men, if you want to know why it is, I started out the program by saying I see why it is that so many females today are so ill-advised about things and don't know things. Because they're actually listening to the people around you. In particular, they're listening to the males. They're listening to their fathers. And they sitting up here swallowing that up, talking about, ooh, that's your we right. And to make matters worse, not only do they listen to what their fathers say, in a lot of cases, they listen to it for how they can use it for themselves. Well, because fellas, y'all know it. There's a whole bunch of hoe-ass niggas. Did Jason just sit here and say, hoe-ass niggas? I damn sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
There's a bunch of hoe-ass niggas on the internet. Not a great big huge number of them, but the punks who we used to sit up here and lock them in the lockers in middle school, now they're on the internet on Instagram and TikTok, trying to act like they street prophets and gonna advise the women of what the women don't have to deal with. Ladies, you should listen to me. Meanwhile, he has zero male support. He's got zero men who look up to him, zero men who back him, zero men who are on the squad, zero men who are endorsing what he's saying. Ladies, y'all need to sit around and take a look at the men that you listen to, including your daddy. You need to listen to what the men are saying. You need to listen to what the men are saying. Take a look at your father and see, are there men around him? Are there men around him? Band of brothers, men who look up to him, men who admire him, men who co-sign that. Or are you listening to somebody who's just talking out his ass all over here by himself? And you sitting there with, that's my daddy. Ladies, I'm going to say this as respectfully as I can. Truly I am. What if your dad is a fool? Then what? What if your daddy is a punk? Then what? What if your daddy is a feckless simp? Then what? Do you still think that men are going to be listening to your advice and you regaling us about your childhood stories about with your father and what he did with you and follow? You think we're going to follow your dad's example if we're telling you, by the way, your daddy's a punk and a hoe? Yeah, he's a nice guy, but he's the little punk ass dude at the job. He's not, I'm trying to be an alpha. Ladies, what if your daddy is a punk and a fool and a hoe and a beta? Now what? Now what? Yeah, your daddy been working at the plant for 30 damn years. Nigga, you want a trophy? What if that's your dad? And a lot of you tonight, I know what I'm saying is painful because if you actually think about it and look in the mirror, you're like, ooh, Jason, you is talking about my dad. It cuts kind of deep sometimes. I understand. It cuts a little deep sometimes. But ladies, what if that is your dad? What if that is your dad? Yeah, men don't care about getting advice from him. We don't sit there with fawning eyes and it's like we're sitting next to the oracle. We don't get that. We're taking a look at your father holistically. And the impression and impact and presence he had in your life is not the impression, impact, or presence he's had in ours. As a matter of fact, We're not here to earn anything from your dad. Your dad is going to have to earn our respect. We'll earn his through what we do, not through what we say. Now, if he raised a competent, capable female who checks all the boxes, then we're going to give a salute. If he raised a competent female, a competent, capable female who checks all the boxes, of course we're going to deliver the salute. Of course we will. But this idea that if we got a different program from the one you think we should be on, that all of a sudden you gonna whip out your dad and talk about what your dad's program was and what you're used to under your father, as if somehow that's gonna make us second guess our program. Man, look here, get a great big ass tall glass and get the hell up out of here. Every male who has ever tried that, every single male who has ever fallen for the, well, my daddy would have did this. My daddy would open the doors. My daddy would pay all the bills. My daddy would rub my feet and stay up with my daddy would, okay. My daddy did this for my mama, and my granddaddy did that for my grandmama. Every single male who has ever attempted the fool's errand of trying to satisfy some female who pulls that sentence out. Every single fella who's ever tried, every single fella who ever fell for the trap and took the bait, came up snake eyes. It never works because it can't work. But there are a lot of you out there, as the ladies, there's a lot of you who listen to those things. You listen to what your father said. And I'm understanding you're really taking that to heart. You are really, literally, seriously taking that to heart. And I just want you to understand that, by the way, what if your daddy is wrong? What if your daddy's a fool? What if your dad is weak? In your opinion, as a female, your father might be a stand-up enough dude for you, but he ain't no stand-up dude to the other men around. Or to the man you're trying to be with, the man you talking to, you might have got lucky and ended up with a man who's next level. Well, guess what? A next level man is not looking to a subordinate male to figure out what the program's going to be. So as a female, your father might be straight enough and firm enough for you. That does not mean he's straight enough and firm enough for us. He might be solid enough of a man for you as the little girl who doesn't know any better and grew up under him. But he might not be solid enough for the rest of us. However, you might disagree. Therefore, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933, your personal access code to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. You are, of course, welcome to join us. Also going to go ahead and throw the link to the Zoom in the chat room here as well. Brief reminder, if you have been instructed by either me or my mods to call in, that's not just a nifty little helpful suggestion, that's an order. So, if you have been instructed to call in, this is your time that you need to be on the phone. Certainly you won't be shy now because you were definitely not shy in the chat room. So, we certainly want you to make sure you maintain that energy here so everyone can hear in real time what you had to say. Let me go ahead and toss that in the chat room here also. We'll go ahead and pin that message. And I'm putting things in their proper context. I'm putting things in their proper context because as things go on as we're having these national conversations, which is what we're really having for the first time. We're really for the first time having a national conversation. We're having a national conversation that's updating your files.
Join me, and I will complete your training.
And for the first time for many of you here, you've actually had an opportunity to see exactly what that's like. To actually hear, by the way, were there some things you heard that were criminally incorrect? Now, if you're on Zoom, please remember that we do give priority to people who are on Zoom. However, if you're on Zoom, you need to make sure you have your camera and your microphone turned on. If you do not, then we're going to send you on a permanent vacation. So Zoom gets priority over the phone lines. Zoom gets priority, but if you're going to join us on Zoom, then you must have your camera and your microphone on. So Quasi on Zoom, you can be there, but you have to have that on. Okay, brother. Yeah, point that down a little bit there. All right, Quasi, what is on your mind?
It's pronounced Quasi.
All right, Quasi, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I was listening to what you were saying, and I was trying to understand what you was talking about. And excuse I'm cleaning up. But what you said caught my attention, so I wanted to speak on it. I was trying to get what you were saying about, but like a father, pretty much setting up his daughter to be with. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Setting up his daughter for her husband. So I wanted to ask, will say that my opinion about setting up my daughter for a husband, and I agree with you saying, like, getting her set up to be a helpmeet to her husband and to be an asset to her husband, helping him. Like she's bringing her. I mean, he's bringing her to his table and helping him build what he's building, and she's coming along with him on his program. So, but what I'm saying on that though, like, that's something that need to come back, and a lot of guys wouldn't agree with that, because I talked about that and I got a lot of pushback on that. So if I wanted, if a guy wanted to talk to my daughter.
Okay, brother, let me find out here. Did you have a question? Let me find it out first of all.
Well, I did have a question, but you answered it. But I furthermore wanted to touch on something else about that.
Okay, because otherwise, like I said, I mean, I can definitely answer questions. That's good there. As far as a monologue, that would probably be a little bit different. So you want to make the point that you thought that some fellows are not doing a good enough job of preparing their daughters to be on somebody else's program. Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is this. What you're talking about is a lost weight. Like, that was something that we had a long time ago, but that's something that went away. About around the time when we was slaves, we had a program, a system, and how we set up our daughters to be wives to a husband. So if a man wanted to talk to my daughter right now, my daughter would appoint him and let him know, like, hey, my father will have to talk to you first, and I will meet him first. I would try him, or if I'm not like pretty much the men protect the women in a tribe. So no outside man has no business trying to talk to a woman of that tribe without the approval of any other man.
Oh, well, absolutely. Yeah, like I say, for some of the mama's boys in the chat room, we're trying to oversimplify things. My point wasn't that. I never said that a man shouldn't talk to your father. I never said that a man doesn't need to interact with your father. I never said a man doesn't need to meet your family. I said a man doesn't need your father to instill his manhood in him. By definition, he's supposed to already have that. I'm not, just like you, for example, Quasi, I don't think that you're looking to, I don't know if you're married or not, it doesn't really matter.
I am.
I don't think you're looking to your father-in-law to finish your manhood training for you.
No.
So I'm sure you might respect your father-in-law. You might get along with him. Might be them Hatfields and McCoys. I don't know. But let's just assume you do. If you do get along with your father-in-law, that's great. That's wonderful. But you're going to him to an extent. There are certain things that you don't need from him. So there's certain things that it's not a benefit to you for anybody to hold that up in front of you, because that's not a standard that you're holding yourself to, because you already built, you've already got that. So for someone to tell you, yeah, the way you are is okay, but I need you to change some things. So let me get this straight. I was a good enough man for you to marry. I was solid enough to marry. My program is in good enough place for you to marry me, but I still need to pick up some pointers from not my dad, but your dad. You see the issue there?
Yeah. Well, let me explain this. You just the first time I got on somebody's podcast talk. So let me further explain this. Okay, if a man wanted to talk to my daughter would appoint him to talk to me. I would talk to him, and I would approve whether or not I want him talking to my daughter. So I will make sure like it's a certain it's a spirituality that we have. Yes, me and my wife, we have the same spiritual views of the Israelite truth move. So
okay. All right, well, that explains a few things. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So Israel, get off this camera. Okay, so this is how it was, how us as black people back then, how we did things. If a man want to talk to any woman in our house, you have to come through us first. So that's how I do. I got a 1.5-year-old daughter. So I'm explaining to people how this will be, because I know people that got daughters and they mothers and not even married. So I'm saying, like, look, us as people, if we do need to come back to into remembrance of how we was. And I'm just being an example, because everyone on my end, they don't know. They don't understand our past. So I'm telling them, this is how it should be. No man don't have no business talking to a woman in our house without coming through the father. So if a man want to talk to my daughter, I got to check him out.
Well, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, definitely that's part of the vetting process. So that part, is not in dispute. So absolutely. Yeah. But that's also part of the training aspect of your daughter. So that's not something that comes afterward. That's something that comes before. So these are things that should be a given. And that's pretty much a given at that point. I'm not saying that your daughter was running around raising herself. Somebody should have been raising her, and somebody should put a structure and a code in place that facilitates those kind of things. So you don't just meet some random dude off the street and, away we go. So I'm a long time advocate that a woman shouldn't be dealing with, if you haven't brought this fellow to be vetted by your father, at the very least to have a second set of eyes on him. Even if you don't agree with your dad, even if you don't go along with whatever opinion your dad has, it is always best to at least get a second opinion, get a second set of eyes. They might see something that you don't. So that's always advised to do. I'm speaking out from the male's perspective, though. If you are a built man, regardless of what she does, because if she brings this fella in front of you and whatnot, the whole point is for you to find out as the father, because you're not in love with this dude. That's the difference. Your perspective on him is totally different for her. So your job as the father is to be dispassionate. She can be passionate. Your job is to be dispassionate. Ain't no butterflies in your stomach. Ain't no fireworks in your head. You see him as a person, so you're sizing him up like that. However, from his side of things. By the same token, he needs to be built when he meets you. He's not supposed to be under construction when he meets you. He's not supposed to be a work in progress when he meets you. So we're making the assumption that we ain't dealing with a work in progress.
Yeah, so no man has no I'm a generalizer. No man has no business even want to talk to a woman. You gotta have at least you gotta have at least like your main three in order. You gotta have a job or building a career. You gotta show self-sustain. So you gotta show that you can keep a job. You got a roof over your head. You have your own spot. You able to maintain that on your own. And gotta have transportation. Have your own car. You have to be able. You have to be able.
That's more than three.
To show that you can get yourself together. You have yourself together. You have everything.
Right. We're making the assumption. We're making the assumption that you've already got that. Because, like I say, some fellow who's lived under a bridge. I'm not here to. You don't need to introduce him to your father. You need to introduce him to manpower. You need to introduce him to a job application. You don't need to introduce him to your father, and you certainly don't need to be spending time with him. For a fellow who is built, he absolutely does need to meet your father. He absolutely does need to talk to your father so that we ain't dealing with a serial killer. Absolutely he does. What I would be worried about is if he's looking for guidance from your father. As men, we shouldn't need guidance from another man. If we're still in a place where we still require or need guidance, you're right. We don't need to be dealing with any female if we still need guidance. So absolutely, I agree with that 100,000%. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me go ahead and get over here to Blog Talk. Some folks been waiting on the line. Let me get caller from area code 870. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello?
Yes, you're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Smith from Forest City, Arkansas.
Okay. I'm not making out what you're saying here. What was your name?
James Smith from Arkansas.
All right, James from Arkansas. Where at in Arkansas?
Forest City.
All right, Forest City, Arkansas. What's on your mind?
I was just calling in. My son is on also, and he asked me to call in to express some things that I went through back in the I'm 74 years old, and so he wanted me to kind of add my thoughts on the subject.
Okay, give us the Reader's Digest version. What did you want to tell us?
Well, I just want to talk about. I didn't want to change the subject, but I was born in 1950, and so therefore I went through some of the Jim Crow era, and I kind of like to express some of that stuff, but I don't know if everything will be ready for for this broadcast.
Okay, well, sir, like I say, I mean, definitely I don't have any problem with you calling in, but did you have something to say that was germane to what we're talking about here tonight? We got people waiting to speak.
Oh, well, on that subject, I can say that every woman that I dated or married or whatever, I'm divorced now, but I always approach the father, the stepfather, whoever was over that household.
Okay, well, certainly that part's not an issue. Now, when you, let me see, you say you're divorced now. How long were you married?
For 11 years.
Okay. When did you get divorced?
Basically, my ex-wife put me on her 11-year plan. And
your ex-wife put you on her 11-year plan. I don't quite understand what that means.
It means that, like here in Arkansas, I don't know about anywhere else, but
Oh, she wanted to stay
if
with
a
you.
woman
She wanted to stay with you long enough to get alimony and all that.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have a program that comes up and deals with that eventually here. But yeah, how long ago did you get divorced?
Oh man, it was back in the 80s, 86, I believe it was.
Okay. Well, I mean, you should certainly be off paper by now.
Well, yeah, I'm not having any problems with that now. But
Okay.
it's
Well,
just,
here's my thing about that
to the
though.
point where,
Well, here's my thing about that, because I do want to ask you about that. So you got married to her. When you got married to her, because this is the real thing about tonight's program. When you got married to her, did you go asking her father or soliciting advice from her father about how you needed to run your house?
well, her father wasn't living at that time, but I talked to her mom.
Okay, if her father were alive, would you have been soliciting advice from her father about how to run your home?
Well, we probably would have, but what I did, I rented a house from a friend of mine, and
Okay, let me find out. Okay, well, slow down. Let me find out something here. Okay, let me find this out now.
Okay.
You're 70.
Okay.
You're 74 years old now. So back in the 80s,
Right.
you would have been in your 30s.
Right. I was 36
So
years old.
you're telling me that at 36 years old, you would have been asking for advice from your father-in-law on how to treat his daughter, how to be a man, and how to run your house.
Right. Well, I would have spoke to him about that, but I already had plans on how to run my house because
Right. But that's what
what
I'm asking. Okay, but sir, that's what I'm asking you is, would you have been asking your father-in-law for it or soliciting his advice on how you needed to run your house because you were married to his daughter?
Yeah. We would have probably spoke on that subject, but I would have let him know that I was working and I could provide a roof over her head. I already had transportation, all the things we needed to have a successful home.
And that's the point that I'm making here is I don't think that any man is running around looking to his woman's father to find out how he did things at his house so that you can have an idea about how to do things at your house.
Right. I would let him know that I know how to run a home and I could provide for his daughter.
Right, but the real thing there is you say, I know how to run a home, I know how to provide for his daughter, but the real thing is you know how to run your home because you know what you want. Because if you're going to be protecting and providing for his daughter, then there are things that you need so that you are comfortable doing that. Now, the things that might have been comfortable for her father, who was dealing with her mother, well, the things that might have been enough to satisfy him might not be what satisfies you. You might want something different. So if your wife, your girlfriend, whatever, came to you and told you, well, my dad does things XYZ way, I don't think that's going to carry a lot of weight with you because that makes the assumption that you want the same thing her father wants. And you're not her father, you're her husband. And she's not your daughter, she's your wife.
Right.
So her relationship to her dad is fundamentally different from her relationship to you. Therefore, you don't want the same thing. So that's the point I was making.
Right. Well, I thought she wanted the same things I, wanted, but she had a different plan.
Well, let me ask you about that. You said you were 36. Were you and she the same age, or was there an age difference?
I was 3 years old.
Okay, where was she from originally?
She was born here in Arkansas, Boy Street.
Okay.
And I was introduced to her by a friend.
That's some friends you had. Now
And
about her.
We dated for we dated for 3 years before we married.
Okay, you dated for 3 years. Well, like I say, certainly a time differential in there. Did she have any children?
Yes, she had. Well, actually, she was expecting when we got married, but she already had a daughter.
Okay. Do you think that was a indicator that this might be a bad decision?
I didn't at that time, but I realized that sometime later during the marriage.
Yeah, there we go. So for those of you thinking that it's the 21st century, it's the year 2023 and anything doesn't change, baby, it has always been a bad idea to take on a single mom. A single mom is trying to get what she needs since the beginning of time. She gonna play the role because when you're dealing with a woman who, quote, needs help, she will say anything. Especially if she's had enough time and enough seasoning that's like, okay, before you came along, there were probably 3 or 4 other dudes who, quote unquote, she feels like they got over on her. And by the time she meets you, the strategy in her mind is, I gotta get him before he gets me. So then it just becomes about, what do I gotta do to sucker him in, snooker him in, and once I've got leverage, i.e. the state, i.e. a ring or a baby, now the real thing gonna come out. And I'm pretty sure you were dating her for 3 years, then you all got married. Okay, but you got married, but then the next question becomes, how long after you got married did she start switching up?
We were married for 6 years before I realized the situation.
Okay, so you say you were married for 6 years. I want to make sure I don't misunderstand. You said you were married for 6 years before you understood that this was the situation. So what I'm saying is, was she doing things from the very beginning that you now realize were warning signs? Or was she playing the role for 6 years and then it was 6 years after you got married that she dropped the hammer on you?
Well, for me, it was like love at first sight.
Oh,
but,
hell.
Like I said, it was 6 years before I realized that I had put myself in a trap.
Were you ever in the military?
Yes.
All right. There we go. Did you have any kids when you met her?
No.
Okay, so you were a clean slate when you met her. You met a single mom back in the 80s. It was love at first sight. So in other words, she was the prettiest I don't want to say she was an Arkansas 8, but what you're saying is she was the prettiest chick that you had met up to that point.
Right. I saw her as a lovely lady, and we just kind of bonded for those 6 years. But then she changed on me when she realized. But we carried on for however many years it took for me to realize that I should let her go.
Well, here's my thing about it, though. I'm a firm believer that people don't change. And I'm also a super firm believer that, especially where women are concerned, it doesn't take 6 years for you to see the warning signs. The warning signs were already apparent, but the person is dangling a carrot in front of you that gets you to simply ignore the warning signs. So you see them, right, but they're offering you something that you figure, well, it's worth the trouble. Yeah, she got problems and issues, but what she giving me or doing for me is worth the trouble, until eventually you get up and realize it's not. It actually isn't worth it.
Well, I married her under the impression that it was going to be for life.
Oh, boy.
But she wasn't looking at it that way.
I mean, but there's the problem right there. If you're dealing with a single mom, she's already used to the idea that no relationship is permanent. She's used to being, you find this out later, but single moms are used to being, like, dudes got to understand, females with loose sexual histories while single moms are the most obvious. You look for chicks who got tattoos. You look for chicks who got a bunch of piercings. You look for chicks who have nothing but guy friends. You look for chicks who listen to a bunch of raunchy music. Well, no, I'm not.
Didn't have anybody.
Well, no. I'm not saying that she did. I'm not saying she did. I'm just saying that these are all indicators. Being a woman who already has a kid, being a woman who has tattoos, being a woman who has piercings, one or all of these things are super red flags that you must not ignore. You can't ignore a woman who is okay defacing her body. You and I both know as men, the most valuable thing a woman has is her body. If she starts defacing it, you and I both understand that that's a symptom and a signal of emotional turmoil. When a woman starts cutting herself, marking herself, putting piercings through herself. When men are emotional, I've always said this, and you all can write this down. I've said this for years and years and years. When men are emotionally disturbed, we hurt other people. When women are emotionally disturbed, they hurt themselves. So when a woman starts doing things to herself, permanent stuff, disfiguring herself, that's a super indicator of emotional turmoil. And if you're a man who gets attached to her, you're about to be drawn into the circle. Now, here's the other thing. Back in the 80s, did you have any inklings about what her sexual history or behavior might have been back then? Can we just keep it real? Like, was she one of the solid gold dancers or one of the soul train dancers? And you had an indicator, I bet you she got a rep, but let me give her a chance.
Well, we spoke on those issues before we married, and she had a pretty clean body, and she took good care of herself and her hair and all that. And
right, but what was her body? Yeah, but did you have an indication of what her sexual body count was?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, I knew that she had a daughter, but she told me when we started dating, after we started dating, that she was pregnant. That's when I found out she was pregnant.
Okay, slow down. Because you said that before, and I wanted to make sure. You said that she already had a daughter when you met her, correct?
Right.
And then you're saying that when you two started dating, she then informed you, by the way, I'm already pregnant.
Right.
So you're saying that she had a daughter, and she had a daughter by another man. She was pregnant by another man when you started dating her.
Right.
Why did you proceed down this obvious, disastrous road? Okay, let me try this a different way. Well, let me try this a different way, because I thank you for your candor and I thank you for your honesty, but let me try this a different way. How many girlfriends did you have before you met this woman?
Well, I had dated women. I was in Germany. I dated women there. And I had a couple of, dates here, but they just wasn't, we just didn't vibe together. I put it that way.
But this woman when I met this one, but this woman
she was pregnant.
Right. This woman who's carrying another man's kid, she was had another man's child and was pregnant when she met you with another man's child. And you didn't see that as an immediate turnoff.
No, I the way we when I dated, when we were dating, we talked about all that, and she told me about the baby that she was pregnant with, and we discussed it, and she came forward, and so I believed in her and thought that we could have a good, relationship.
Okay, I just don't understand how you're saying that she was upfront and straightforward And that you say, well, as long as she told me and she was upfront and straightforward, I felt like we could have a good relationship. I mean, but you're literally saying that she had unprotected sex within a couple of months of meeting you.
Well, yeah.
So she is fresh.
But,
she's fresh off the sheets with another man within a couple of months. But you thought that but you saw that as girlfriend material.
Yeah. Well, you know, I had been alone for a while, and I guess you could say I was kind of ready to try to, make a start and have a life and all that.
There you go.
And
so what you're saying is that you met a calculating younger single mom who she saw that you kept to yourself. She saw it, and you were unlike the men that she had been dealing with. You were responsible. You were straight-laced. You were responsible. You were reliable. And you were lonely. And she took advantage because she saw that you should have immediately put the damn hand up to stop her where she was. And once she saw that you didn't do that, she said, I got a target. I got one.
Okay. Yeah, but and she had a good working, she worked and helped provide in the home and all that stuff. And, I just thought we had a good family relationship.
Yeah.
But she was, I found out later that she was one of those welfare moms, and the welfare folks was here in Forest City was telling these women how they could get over on them, like the way she did me.
Oh, so you're saying that it was the social workers who were coaching her on how to get over on you?
Yeah. Right.
Okay, can you explain? Can you explain that to us?
Women in general.
Can you explain that to us? What exactly was the advice that they were giving her?
Well, they were basically telling them that you marry a man and stay with him for 11 years, and you got to,
So you're saying that they were giving her legal advice on how to basically transfer her financial dependence from the state onto you.
Right. Well, that,
So the system won't even tell women that they are mandatory to get a DNA test, but all the way back in the 80s, they were giving these chicks legal advice on how to obligate a man to them so that they could get them off of the system.
Right. And then that gave them ammunition to trap a man for 11 years, basically. And then, she could go on her own. But the man, they always made the man responsible. And
okay, well, let me ask you about this.
Let
me ask you about this, though. Were you paying child support?
No. Well, yeah, I paid for a while after we divorced.
Right. Okay, but
no, I wasn't paying.
Right. I paid for a while after we divorced. Yeah. Here's my question: how many children were you paying child support for?
Just the son we had together.
Okay, because I'm about to say, if they had you paying child support for all 3 children, that is not cold-blooded, it's demonic. So, but I can see that.
Well,
was she getting child support for the other 2 kids?
I don't know. They do that. They keep that to themselves.
Okay, but wait a minute. No. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. They keep that to themselves. Whoa. But if you're marrying this woman, how the hell is she going to keep? Why would you think that she should keep that to herself if she's going to be your wife? You're supposed to know everything. You're about to be legally responsible for her, legally responsible for the debts. You're taking on all the liabilities, and you saying that there's aspects of her life that you don't think you need to know about, even though you're about to become liable for everything?
Well, I knew she wasn't getting child support, for her other kids.
Right, but did you see how that could be a problem?
Well, after it happened, yeah.
I mean, you could have ended up liable for all. I'm surprised. Obviously, they didn't teach her enough because she didn't do enough to make you liable for all them kids. Because what usually happens Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you, sir. I don't care what. I'm from Louisiana. I don't care what year it was. If she had gotten you to marry her and then she really sits up here and throws that G-string thong on you and tells you that, hey, you know what? It'd be really great if you go ahead and adopt my kids legally so that you are so that you're legally their father. And she wiggled them butt cheeks to you like, well, we gonna make a family together. And here you go, get your Russell Wilson on. Dude, that could have been you.
Yeah. Well, basically, she, when that 11 years was up, she dropped me like a hot potato.
Yeah, but sir, I'm just surprised that she didn't come in the front door saying, you know what, I could get the whole damn enchilada, and just when she married you, made you sit up here and sign legally adopting her kids. I'm surprised she didn't do that because you would have done it. You would have done it.
Well, we didn't go that route because she, when her son was born, while she was carrying her son, she spoke to me about an abortion, and I didn't believe in abortion, so I told her if she had an abortion, then I would, that relationship wouldn't work. I know I was putting her foot in my mouth,
A woman doesn't just jump up talking about abortions out of. By the way, we're in the 80s, so this was less than a decade from Roe v. Wade. So a woman done, especially in Arkansas and the southern states. So a woman talking to you about getting an abortion, that means she's already had abortions.
Well, no, she hadn't had any abortions.
Oh, sir, I'm at 74. No disrespect for sir, but at 74 years old, you can't afford to be this naive. Sir, she didn't just jump about it. You already said that she got coaching from the folks at the social workers of the state. The only thing the state tells you is to get an abortion or get a husband. And you're saying, no, she wouldn't have had an abortion. Sir, how would you have known? You met her when she was 31 or 33. How would you know that she hadn't had any abortions between 18 and 33 years old?
Well, I guess I wouldn't know for sure, but...
And by the way, you and I, now I'm not as old as you are, but I know wait a minute, slow down, sir. I'm not as old as you, but I know the get down from the 60s and 70s. Them chicks was driving across state lines. They would go drive to a state where they could get an abortion. That was like a girls' road trip back in the 60s and 70s. So, sir, how could you say that?
Well, if that was the case, then no matter what age we were or whatever, they could still do that.
Yes, but my point is that if she told you that she was willing to get an abortion after she's had 2 children, that's because she's had an abortion before she had the 2 kids. So
this was after she had. You're getting ahead of me here. This was before she had her second kid. She was talking about the second kid that she was carrying in her.
Yes, sir. That doesn't change the math. That doesn't change the math. You're saying she already had a daughter and she was pregnant with another child when she met you. I'm telling you that all I'm saying is that she met you after she had already given birth to 1 child. So I'm telling you, she didn't just jump up and discover abortion when she got pregnant the second time. She's already done it. She had the child. Did she have both of those kids? The 2 kids she had when you met her, were they both by the same fella?
No.
Okay, then she's a old pro getting drugged through these streets. Dude, she had abortions. She had abortions before she met you. She had them before she met you. So she just wanted to find out what was advantageous to you.
If she had and I knew about it, we never would have married.
What I'm saying, sir, is that she was brain hacking you. Jason, what does that mean? What I'm saying is when you told her you absolutely cannot have an abortion or I won't fool with you. What you also just told her, you didn't understand that's what you were saying, but what you were also telling her was, I am committed to you. So long as you have these children, I'm committed to you. That's what you were telling her. And by telling her that, you told her, oh, hell, I can just pull the ripcord. This guy will take anything off me that I do. Anything I do, he'll roll with it. And that's exactly what she did. When you told her that, it was that important to you, that what's going on in her reproductive organs is that important to you. And I'm not saying it shouldn't be. I'm staunchly anti-abortion myself. I understand it, but what I'm saying is understand what the information you gave her when you said that. You told her, what you told her was, I'm a stepdaddy in waiting. Come and get it.
Okay. Well, I was just, like I said, it was head over heels in love and wasn't thinking straight, I guess.
What you found out is love don't love nobody. By the way, did you meet her? Did you meet her kinfolk? You said you met her mom. I'm talking about the rest of the family.
Oh, yeah.
What was them niggas like?
She had how many sisters? 3 sisters and 2 brothers, I believe.
Damn. Okay, but you never met her father though.
No, her father was killed before I met him.
Killed? Was he killed in Vietnam or was he killed in Little Rock?
He was killed, of course, in an accident, automobile accident.
Okay. So her mama got a gang of kids. Were they all by her father, or was the daughter a reflection of the mom?
Well, that's the impression she gave me, and after meeting them,
impression.
That's the impression I had.
Impression. You saying you didn't find out definitively? Mama got you got a bunch of siblings, and you didn't find out for certain who's the parentage.
Right. Her mom was a single mom for a while.
Okay, but the real thing is the daughter usually tends to be a reflection of that. The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, and the daughter is out here having babies willy-nilly with just any old gump who comes by while she's trying to find herself. And just remember, when they get tired of life kicking their ass long enough, then they get up when they hit their 30s. By the way, y'all, is the year 2023, but this dude is telling you about from 1986, and yet the game was the same. When she was in her teens and her 20s, she was getting run through. She on the carousel. She's on the roller coaster. She doing everything. Soon as she hits 30, Mr. Swagalicious isn't the priority anymore. Now, all of a sudden, she just has an epiphany, and now she wants Mr. Responsible. Exactly the kind of guy that she puked over. Exactly the kind of guy that made her vomit and made her sick. Okay, slow down, sir.
Back then,
let me host my program. Okay, so, sir, let me host my program. I'll let you finish here in a moment. Let me host my program. Well, I'm letting you all know that even back in the 80s, this isn't new. This has always been the program. This has always been the hustle. This has always been the way. When they're in their teens and their 20s, they want to have sexual adventures. As soon as the sexual adventures whoop their behinds bad enough, then they go looking for Mr. Responsible to save them. And I'm on the phone right now with Mr. Responsible. And what you find out is that they don't not only do they not appreciate you, because she should have been grateful to you, she didn't appreciate you. She wasn't grateful. As a matter of fact, she didn't even like you. You were just used.
I found that out later. I mean, she strung me along there for a little while, but when things came to a head, I let her know how I felt about everything, and here I am.
By the way, during that 11-year period, well, you said you were married for 11 years. You known her for 3 plus, so 14 years. Were you the only man that she slept with during that 14-year period?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Did you ever suspect that you weren't?
When the relationship started going sour, I kind of had my suspicions, but I couldn't prove anything on that. I mean, you know, she worked at a factory and I did too. And I, you know, basically drove her to work and then went to work myself.
Who filed for
if
divorce?
She left her job.
Who filed for the divorce?
It's the only way she could have.
Who filed for the divorce?
She did.
Folks,
And,
it's the year 2023 and absolutely nothing has changed.
It was my suggestion that she file for a divorce because I cared too much about her to file myself.
Okay, well, that don't make a lot of sense, but all right. Look, the bottom line is, like I said, that's like saying you want to hang yourself out to dry, because the bottom line is you're going to be liable for it. So you might tell yourself, "Well, I suggested she get the divorce, dude. If she's the one who got the divorce, not you. So I asked you. No, you didn't. She's got the divorce.
After we divorced, I know she went wild and you know, she was with several different men. She dated one dude that worked at a nuclear power plant.
Paging Homer Simpson.
Beg pardon?
I said paging Homer Simpson. Well, by this point, though, she was in her mid-40s, so she was probably pretty long in the tooth to be trying to have any more children. Did she ever get pregnant again?
No, she had one of those hysterectomies, I guess you call it.
One of those herterectomies. All right. Well, like I say, definitely, hopefully, you know, then that's the only good part about it there is it spares us, the taxpayers, from having to support more foolery. But in your case, like I say, man, the lesson to be learned here, folks, is the game ain't changed. This is not new.
No,
what we're seeing today isn't new. The Maury Povich thing isn't new. This been the way for a bunch of you listening to me right now. You weren't even born in the 80s. This isn't new. This is the way it's always been. They've always played games in their 20s. Let's sit up here with swagalicious in their 20s and 30s, and then as soon as their sexual value starts to drop, they immediately try to scramble for the most responsible male they can find, the guy who's the polar opposite of the dudes they were laying up with just the month before, which should be your first red flag that, hey, she don't really like you. She just can use you, but it always turns out the same. Once she's secured the bag, now the real thing's going to start coming out, and slowly but surely the contempt that she's already harboring for you, she's finally going to feel safe enough to start expressing it because the consequences have now been neutralized.
Yeah.
Because what you haven't, the part that you haven't said, sir, the part you haven't said was that she was getting slick at the mouth with you. Now that's the part you haven't said yet.
That she was getting slick at the mouth.
Yes, you haven't said that part yet. You haven't said, by the way, she was disrespectful.
I said she strung me along there.
Yeah, but that's not saying that she was disrespectful and slick at the mouth. So that's not saying that. So the part you left out is, by the way, you're the man of the house and she being slick at the mouth.
She got that way after the truth came to light.
There you go.
Right.
After the truth came to light about what?
But I gave it back. I gave it as much as I got when it came to that mouth.
Okay, but you said that when the truth came to light, though. But the truth came to light about what?
About how she felt about me.
Okay, how did that come to light?
She just basically cut herself off and and we didn't have any kind of relationship.
You say cut herself
we
off.
we just basically we were almost like ships passing in the night when it came to
In other words,
having a relationship.
you're saying that she started giving you the roommate's treatment. She started treating you like a roommate and not her husband.
Well, she would give me that turn on, then the turn off, and then
hot and cold.
When I would turn off, when she turned me off, and I approached her about it, she tried to turn me on, and I was trying to turn the relationship back on.
Right.
And finally, I got tired of that, and I just told her it's time to part company.
Yeah, for the young folks out there who don't understand what he's referring to here, in relationship psychology, it's referred to, he's describing two dynamics. Number one is hot and cold. Females who start treating you hot and cold. She's one way one moment, another way the next, or one way one day, another way the next. So that hot and cold thing. Sometimes it's okay, and then next thing you know, you come back and she's like a different person, and that's because she's in conflict with herself. She doesn't want to do any of this, but she needs something from you. So when she finally recovers and works up the nerve to get back where she needs to be, that's when she's running cold, running hot again. And then it's like when her contempt flares up, now she's running cold. The other thing that he's describing is roommates. So when the female has lost attraction, when she's lost attraction to you, now she can't treat you like a masculine being. She's now treating you like a roommate.
Well, the way I look at it, she wasn't attracted to me in the first place. She just, played me like a tune until she was comfortable, about shutting things down.
Okay, well, you've had 40 years now. You've had 40 years to be able to digest this. Mm-hmm. So knowing what you know now, it's 74 years old. Mm-hmm. What would be your advice to the young men of today if they caught themselves in your circumstances? What would you advise them to do, and what would you tell them to look out for? What are the warning signs?
I got a son. My son is 43, and he's single, and I don't have any grandkids. And so I talk to him all the time about women and about what they are about. And
what did you tell him?
He was about 8. He was about 8 years old when we separated, but he hasn't remarried because he saw the light doing it. And plus, she tried to drive a wedge between us.
I bet she did. Well, here's what I want to find out, though, is what would be your advice to a young man today? What would you specifically tell the young fellas today that you learned from your experience?
Well, I don't know. Looking at these it's a lot of single moms out there that's raising these young men these days because of all the fathers that went through what I'm going through, basically. And
yes, sir. So, what I'm asking though is what I'm asking is what would you tell the young fellas today? What would you? I mean, you've been through the experience and everything. What is the advice? What would you tell them to watch out for?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You see, the single mom thing is so prevalent these days that I would tell these young folks, don't get hung up with some single mom that didn't care for the men that she had those kids by. And, make sure you do a thorough, what's the word I'm looking for? Make sure you check your family. I'll put it that way. Make sure you check the environment she grew up in.
Well, I think all those things matter very, very succinctly. I think they matter. By the way, how many times were you married?
Just that one.
Okay, well, I guess that was enough.
And I have dated women since then, but marriage is just not in my vocabulary right now.
Okay, what did that? And by the way, how did that financially affect you after you got divorced?
Oh man, I went through some stuff, but basically for 7 years I was like a dead man. But the good Lord came to me one night and told me to forgive her, and He forgive me and move on. And I did that immediately, and things immediately turned around in my life, and I got back on my feet.
Well, definitely, I'm very glad you called in to give us a conversation about this tonight, because I think this was a great historical context into this. And it just reaffirms that there isn't anything new under the sun. All the things that folks are talking about today, all the situations, all the circumstances, this is your 40 years ago. It's exactly the same thing. Literally nothing has changed except we have an internet where we can talk to each other more regularly about it. That's literally the only thing that's changed. The behavior of the females, the behavior of the state, the things the women are being told to do to exploit men, lie to men. I guess in many ways it's become more sophisticated, because back in the day you didn't have websites that would help a woman get a fake pregnancy test. We got that now. So like I say, I guess in some ways, some things have changed, but as far as the cultural dynamics and what they're willing to do, the circumstances that the young men are meeting today, men who are your age now, 36, 26, 20, nothing has changed. It is exactly the same dynamic. Exactly the same.
It's gotten worse. The divorce rate back then when I got married was like 30%, and now it's over 50%.
Yeah, but then again, the pregnancy fraud rate, the paternity fraud rate was higher back then too, or at least with guys not being able to confirm it. So a lot of fellows were married to chicks, and if they had a DNA test on them kids later, they would have realized this is a marriage that shouldn't have happened.
Uh-huh. Well, see, that's when I was glad that she told me that she was pregnant, so I didn't have to go through that part.
Well,
and then when she told me about,
okay, I'm not going to open a can of worms on that. I am just going to say I certainly hope the child that you two had together, you're not just relying on, well, he looked like me. I certainly hope that, that there was no chicanery there, because hoes don't change.
I basically treated her two kids like they were mine, but they didn't treat me like a father. Except for the son, he treated me like a father. He's not living now. And after me and his mom parted ways, he got some kind of disease and passed away.
Well, my condolences there, definitely. But what you're saying is absolutely correct. A woman with kids by another man isn't looking for a man or a leader. She's looking for a bailout, and she's looking for an exit plan. But that's the worst situation to be in, is to be a man in love with a woman who's not in love with you.
I agree 100%.
And a woman bringing another man's kids, that is the very definition. I mean, what bigger sign does a man need that this woman's not in love with you? She just needs what you have. And she's willing to deceive you, lie to your face.
I was raised up around a lot of married people, and I was just under the impression that women that married you care for you, but I've learned now that that's not necessarily so.
Right, but here's my thing though. Was she a divorcee, or was she just a single mom?
Just a single mom.
Okay, so you said you were raised around a bunch of married folk. Well, this chick was never married.
Right. Well, the generations before mine, I was raised up on they would get married, and the divorce rate for them wasn't nowhere near what it is now.
Yeah,
not in the area.
I agree. Yeah, the divorce rate wasn't as bad as it is now, but by the same token, the quality of the females has plummeted.
Yes,
the quality of the females has absolutely plummeted. But however, no disrespect, sir, but the quality of the females has plummeted because fellas like yourself made these females believe that no matter how putrid their sexual behavior was, that there was some guy, some responsible male out there who would come swooping in at the last moment and save her from all of her mistakes. And the reason why the divorce rate was not as high before is because when a woman had disgusting sexual habits, men left her where she was. They didn't try to make a wife out of her. That's why you had to send the girls off somewhere to go have the baby, and men couldn't find out, because if the men knew, they were like, hey, you're trouble. So the dudes didn't respond that way the way you were responding.
I was raised up to believe that if you're going to sleep with a woman, you might as well marry her.
Okay, that's not even logical. But sir, that's not even logical. That's just like saying if I rent a room at a hotel, I might as well start paying a lease.
Well, that wasn't the way I was raised.
If I take a taxi cab, I might as well buy the car. No, I'll go buy my own car if I'm going to do that. No, sir. And what I'm saying is, at this point right now, that's a horrible logical fallacy. Terrible.
Well, yeah.
And here's the other thing. But wait a minute. And here's the other thing. She wasn't your first girlfriend. You were in the military, so y'all was getting it in. You didn't marry any of them in Germany.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's not play that one.
I was 19 years old when I went in the military.
Okay, but you was 30. You was 36 when you got with her. What I'm saying is that you had plenty of experiences with females that you did not marry, and it didn't bother you.
Right.
So how was it changed with her? Let's just keep it real. When you met her, how long had you been without a girlfriend by the time you met her?
Oh, I was there a pretty good while.
Why?
I had been through a couple of issues with some women, through school and stuff like that.
Okay, your phone's gotten really muddled. Can you get back closer to it? I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. I had some issues with women before we married, but I don't know. She was the first one that I felt like I had a chance with,
Well, I would like to know. I mean, I'm saying that how long were you without a girlfriend when you met her? 5 years, 10 years? How long had you been without a girlfriend when she showed up?
Probably around 3 or 4 years.
Okay. Why were you without a girlfriend for 3 or 4 years stretch?
Well, I was just a little guy going through life and didn't know much about women and I was basically kind of shy like that.
Were you living at home with your parents?
Yes, until I went into service.
Well, no, I mean, I'm talking about before you met her, within that 3 or 4 years.
Oh, yeah, I was still living with mom.
Okay, so when you met her, you were still living with your parents. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure about the circumstances of that. So definitely, like I said, I can see it hitting on all cylinders. Now, you moved out, though, when you met her?
Yes.
Okay. So
I was working and renting a little 2-bedroom house, and, we got the family thing going.
Okay.
And boom,
She made her calculus. Well, sir, this phone call has been a wealth of information. It really, really has here. And I definitely appreciate you calling in and giving your insights about this. I think this really helps to illuminate to people that this is not a new thing, and we're not, giving out specious information. The information we're giving out is reliable because this is the world we're in, and it's always been like this. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, it's been like this. I mean, you can look through the Bible and find, those issues, but it's gotten worse. So that's what they need to know, that the situation I went through has gotten worse since the time I was, in that issue.
Well, I thank you very much, sir, for giving us a call tonight and giving us your story and your commentary here. Please do give us a call again. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. So, Very, very good. For those of you who were born from think about this for a moment here. Those of you who remember 9/11 back in 2001, you do realize it's been 22 years now since 9/11, right? For a minute, for a lot of you, that was an event that you remember. It was a bellwether event in your life. That was 22 years ago. You have a bunch of folks who are adults now who weren't even born when 9/11 happened. I got a bunch of folk listening to my program right now. You weren't even alive. You weren't even conceived when 9/11 happened. Weren't even conceived when Tupac got killed. Weren't even conceived when the Soviet Union fell apart. Weren't even conceived when Michael Jackson was setting the world on fire and revolutionizing music into what we have today. Weren't even conceived. And these are the circumstances that men been dealing with now for decades, with folks acting like it's brand new, that they just invented this. They've been trying to refine their techniques of getting over on men now for decades. The women have been putting their heads together. These social workers, this is why they kill the kids. These single moms out here killing the kids, abusing the kids. Yeah, they got social workers, got their backs. They got social workers who got their backs. That's what they got. While the fellas are over here trying to wag their finger in each other's faces because you jockeying for position to see, well, can I lay over one of your hoes? You sitting up here trying to act like you believe something you really don't. Fellas, listen to me. The moral of this story is you gotta have standards. Your standard can't be, well, she hot and ready and available. You gotta have standards, man. You gotta have standards that say that if a woman is in my life, I have a specific position she's in. And this is where she belongs. Stop trying to give people positions they don't qualify for. Well, she's smiling and she cute. Dude, you can't see when somebody is faking and fronting and running game on you. These males who are raised to believe that females can't be crafty, they can't be slick. You see, we wouldn't have let another dude get over on us like that. Back in the 80s, he wouldn't have let another male get over on him like that, but he'll sit there like a mannequin and let a female do it. Well, certainly she couldn't be that slick. Certainly she couldn't be that cunning. Certainly she couldn't be that devious. And that's what you'll be sitting there believing. That certainly it couldn't be like that. And it's always like that. That's the point. Certainly it couldn't be that devious. What the hell you talking about? It's always been that devious. Always. It's not new. These are the circumstances we're living under. Fellas gotta have standards. You gotta be willing to say no. You can't be so lonely. Fellas, don't you understand? Women are empathic. A woman can see when you are lonely the same way that a pimp can see if a chick is a runaway. A woman can see if you are lonely the same way that a pimp can see whether or not you are a runaway. They can see that all over. They can see it all over. You're telling yourself that she's vulnerable and you running it. And you're not. She's running it. She's running it. Fellas don't get it. They don't get it. And that's a bad spot to be in when you're underestimating what women are capable of. Fellas, The women are just as capable, and in some cases more capable than we are as men. Stop fooling yourself into believing that you've got some advantage that you actually don't. When a woman goes into survival mode, she will become a chameleon. That's why a man can't rely on his feelings, because feelings can be deceived. A proper game plan and standards cannot. A woman playing on your feelings can get over on you. When your feelings are in the driver's seat, they can get over on you. When you are not relying on your feelings, you can't get got. Because you're not operating off of what you feel, you're operating off of what you know. That's the difference. You're not operating off of what you feel, you're operating off of what you know. And there are a bunch of folk who are waiting to look and see when you stopped thinking and started feeling. And this isn't new. This is the way it's always been. The state has always been coaching the women how to subjugate the males, to use your sex drive, to use your lack of responsibility, to use your lack of feeling, to use lack of thought against you. The state has always been looking for ways to get the males to put themselves in a compromised position. That's what they've always looked for. How do I get you to put yourself in these shackles? How can I play upon your weaknesses? How can I play upon your vulnerabilities? How can I exploit your deficiencies? It's not new. Let me go ahead and get over here on Zoom. I got my man Dan on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother?
Oh, brother, what's going on? I do appreciate this broadcast. Because you broke the way you just broke that shit down so equitably in the right way. That's just so far as what men, we don't care about how your daddy, we don't care about what your father think of us, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. Because I had an issue. I went through an issue like that a couple years ago around the time I got paralyzed.
Now, let me make sure I'm clear about this part. I'm not saying that it is irrelevant how a woman's father might feel about you. I'm not going to say that because, like I said to the brother who called in earlier on Zoom, that's perfectly relevant. What I am saying, though, is that we as men, if we're running our house, if we built, we're not looking to your father to finish our manhood training for us. I'm not looking to replicate your father's household. So while I understand, you can take feedback, you can take that. That's great. That's wonderful. But what I'm not looking for is guidance from your father. My dad does things this way, did things that way. I'm not looking to do that. I'm not looking to satisfy that. So if that's your father's standard, is he should be doing things the way I do. And we've all run into that as men. We've all run into that. Some dude told his daughter, well, if he don't do this for you like this, then you don't need to be fooling with him. It's like, yeah, now that we're not looking for. I'm not looking for that.
I understand exactly what you're saying. Maybe I should have worded that differently. So I went through a situation like that with one of my exes. And I had to check her father. So I did it respectfully. Because she would tell her father certain things, like if I was to check her about something, but all the good stuff she would tell her father, like, well, he do this and this and that and the third. But when it comes to me getting on her ass about something that I find was unacceptable, then her daddy, well, he would come to me and say shit like, it's a certain way you could say that to my daughter, or kind of like trying to tell me how to dictate my relationship with his daughter. I'm like, I had to check him, like, bro, she living with me when I'm paying these bills at, paralyzed and all. Like, I don't know. Well, I say, if you were so concerned about your daughter, why you went there with your daughter for the first 15 years of her life?
One
Or
of those.
if that's the case, then why you ain't raise your daughter to be a certain type of chick instead of her turn out to be like her damn mama? So I had to get on his ass and check him about that shit because, and I did it respectfully though, but at the same token, you know, this whole idea that when some don't go right in a relationship, they quit to tell their father the bad part, but they never tell the father what triggered the man act the way they act, or what was the reason why he slapped the shit at you? What have you done? They never ask that type of question. You know, and I had a problem with that. And fortunately, of course, I end that relationship because, you know, I'm zero tolerance, and at the time, I was more focused on, you know what I'm saying, get myself all the way together. You know what I'm saying? Even though she was living with me and all that other stuff, but I then at that situation in the door, it was nothing to talk about. So that's why I was saying that you was 100% right of what you was talking about. And also what I heard from the last gentleman, the older gentleman, because I was hip to that at 15 from what I saw with, you know what I'm saying, the way I grew up, I mean, the neighborhood I grew up in. So I saw a lot of that. And then, you know, the women in my family, they put me up on that type of game, you know what I'm saying, on the maternity frauds or chicks trying to put a baby on you and all that other type of stuff. So, yeah.
Well, definitely, like I say, I mean, as men, we're not looking for guidance. It's cool where she had the program over there, but as men, we treat that like having a job. Whatever was the skill set that served you at your previous employer, yeah, that's great. That's wonderful. I don't care how many years you've been working for Burger King. When you come to Wendy's, we don't want to hear what you was doing at Burger King. We don't care how they did things over there. Well, you both make hamburgers. Look here. There's a reason why their sign says Burger King and this sign says Wendy's, Five Guys, or whatever. All I need to know is your hands work. The protocol over there is the protocol over there. We're not looking for you to get Burger King to teach us how to make burgers. We don't need their guidance.
Yeah.
I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, so I want to give you thanks again for because you about the only nigga on YouTube that talks about the other side that none of these other dudes talk about. You know what I'm saying? So far as how they run game on their daddy, or how they daddy want to try to dictate the relationship. And sometimes, and I hate to say it, that's how some of these fathers get fucked up too, by the way, because you do got some young cats that really get out. So, you know, I had to say it like that, but it is what it is. But that's all I got to say, brother.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, Dan. We appreciate that. Please do give us a call again. He's from the South Side, y'all. He's from the South Side, so keep it raw, keep it real. This is reality radio. At least he didn't tell us about the erectile dysfunction. So take it from me. I'm actually, hey, it could be worse. Let me get a call from area code 470. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Derek from Atlanta.
All right, Derek from Atlanta. What's on your mind?
Hey, man, you're breaking down some good facts. I've been listening to you for a couple of years. I used to work in a warehouse, and I'm 30 years old, but now I have my own business, car detailing. Cleared $130,000 last year. But anyway, I want to really talk about the second to last caller, who was one of the things that stuck out to me is because I like to mentor younger men who are like 18, 19, 20. And he talked about how he worked in a warehouse too with his wife. And he was saying how his children didn't respect him because my father kicked me out when I was like 22, 23. And I remember it was over an issue, but I kind of bucked up against him and everything. But I took custody of my little sister because he was dealing with some things and I didn't feel he could raise her as a man himself. And long story short, to get back to it, but your children will see your true spirit. And if you are a loser or a failure, they're not going to go along with the picture. My dad was working in a warehouse, and I feel like I was destined to work in a warehouse the rest of my life as well. But I started getting the game and things of that nature, which translates to now older men ask me for advice It's completely backwards. I should be the one getting advice from men. Older men who are married come to me, oh, how you do this? How you do that? What this. And it's kind of game goofy, It's really game goofy. But the other thing I wanted to talk about was with that situation when men don't have a goal, the women and things of that nature, they feel like that's the life, that's the end goal,
Well, when men don't have direction, what they try to do is have a Band-Aid on it or a distraction for it.
Yes.
That's how sex gets elevated to cosmic significance. When a man actually has a genuine purpose in his life, then he doesn't devote himself. He doesn't devote himself to sex. It's going to be very hard for that to be some intrusion in his life, because his focus in the morning, that's not his focus. It doesn't come up during the day. And furthermore, if you're on top of your focus in this world and your purpose in this world, sex takes care of itself. What you generally will find are the males who, you take a look at their lives and their sexual activity either takes up a lot of real estate or has derailed some things. That's because that became their focus. So, and I've got nothing against guys who work at a plant. I've got nothing against, slow down. I've got nothing against guys who work at a plant. I've got nothing against guys who work blue collar. I've been blue collar. And I'm from Louisiana, and I'm always going to be blue collar no matter what happens, even as an entrepreneur. That's just the way I'm always going to be. However, there are a lot of guys who are just trying to exist. And every man intrinsically wants respect. Here's the problem. All respect is not equal. So the more accomplished you are as a man, the more resourceful you are as a man, the more respect you will get. Well, every man wants as much respect as he can get, and it can be hard for him to accept that he hasn't done enough to be able to qualify for the level of, quote, respect that he wishes he had. So just like a person can have less money than they wish they had, they may work a bunch of overtime and still not make as much money as they wish they could, a fella can do a lot of things and never gain as much respect as he tells himself that he should have. So then he starts making assumptions and expectations, and then the real world won't give it to him. Then if he has kids, and the kids look at him and they're like, we compared you to everybody else, and you ain't really on top of it like that. Now he doesn't get in his home. And if he doesn't make the proper changes, he just ends up a guy working at the plant and never actually doing anything but subsisting. And that is the worst position.
And that plant.
I'll let you have the last word.
Will start to mold. Oh, sorry. That plant will start to mold your mind, where then you become really subservient to the boss, the man. I had people in there 50, 60 years old. I was working overnight, and I was working on my business. I was getting about 2 or 3 hours of sleep for the past 3-4 years. And they'd be like, oh, you're working too hard. You're doing too much. And it's like, I'm not trying to be at a plant for the rest of my life. I have nothing against you guys doing that. But if the end goal is just a decent little $300,000 home, and a nice little car in the driveway, I wanna build an empire. I wanna raise younger men to do more, to help. You're not helping anybody if you're just helping your family. You got to help the other kids who don't know any better. You gotta do more. I have the car. I have the RCS. I got Lexus RCS. I got the Mercedes. Nowadays, that don't mean nothing. What means more is building business credit, having things where I can open new branches of anything that I want, things my father didn't teach me. I remember when I left, my dad said he was 50, like 56, 57, and he said he always wanted to get a Lexus. And so the second car I ever got was a Lexus IS350. I remember that like it was yesterday, and I pulled up because when I was still living with him. And my dad gave me like the weirdest look.
Well, like I say, if you don't handle your business will eventually handle you. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get back over here on Zoom. See if I can get Londale over here on Zoom. Remember, folks, if you're on Zoom, make sure you have your camera and your microphone on so we can go ahead and get you up here. So make sure you have all that situation straightened out for us as well. We'll go ahead and see if we can get Londale up here on Zoom. Go ahead and turn your camera on for us, Londale. Hi, Brother Londale. What's on your mind?
How you doing, man? That's funny, man, because I was just listening to the last caller, and my story is kind of sort of similar. Pretty much to sum up a story, I was married with 2 kids for pretty much 12 years. Something unfortunate happened that left me unemployed. I'm a barber. So something happened. Pretty much the owner closed the shop down with no warning. So instead of, kind of crying about it, I decided to take my business and my career in my own hand. So I had pretty much took every dime that I had and invested in a one-room shop. And, when you're starting a business, you got to put everything in it. Pretty much I worked 671 days in a row to get my business off the ground. I had a one-room barber shop, but I was blessed.
Okay, your microphone, I'm not sure if it's...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, just make sure you're a little bit closer. For some reason, your sound kind of went out a little bit. But did you say you worked over 600 days?
671 days in a row. It's on my I got news articles and news segments about me all on my social media. I ain't trying to say it to promote myself, but I was on the news probably over 20 times because nobody seen nobody work like that. But I did it because me and my wife and my family, we was always middle class, like check to check, never really had nothing. So I took the initiative to start my own business, and I put everything into it. You know what I'm saying? I worked all those days in a row. In the meantime, my wife at that time started complaining that I was working too much, that I wasn't giving enough attention, enough time. And I just told her to trust me, let me lead the family, and next thing you know, I end up saving up the money in 8 months to get a bigger barbershop. Now I got a big barbershop with 5 employees instead of one room. So it ended up paying off. It ended up popping off. I became a public figure in Lexington, Kentucky, where I'm at. Plus I moved here and I'm not from here. I moved here, so I had to start over. So the whole time, my ex-wife, she was just constantly complaining about time. And I believe she tried to sabotage what I had. She showed a lot of signs of jealousy. And next thing you know, she wanted to be in nursing school. She already tried that before. Nursing school, she unfortunately didn't pass the first time. So right in the middle of saving the money for the business, out of nowhere, she wanted to go to nursing school again. And I'm like, I support that, but not right now. I'm close to opening my business. She took money out the bank account and started putting towards nursing school. She said it requires $800 a class, and she got to take classes 3 times a week and drive an hour away. I said, well, who's going to watch the kids while you go to school for 8 hours 3 times a day? She said, I can leave work early. I'm like, I can't leave work early right now. I'm building a business. So guess what? She went to nursing school anyway. And it almost sabotaged me. So I made a decision to walk away. She wouldn't listen. We had an old abandoned car that was sitting in the driveway for 10 years. The property people told us we had to get rid of the car. So I told her, I said, all right, let's junk the car. The car been sitting for so long, we don't even know it works no more. All 4 windows on the motor was out. All the windows was out. So the windows was all down for 10 years straight, all seasons. The seats were completely molded because, it rained, snow, leaves, spiders, mice, all in the car. So all 4 tires was flat. And she decided, I said, junk the car. It'd cost more to restore that car than just buy another one. She said, okay. So next thing you know, I'm in the shower, I hear a tow truck, beep, beep. I jump out like, what's going on? She said, oh, the car getting towed. I said, where's it going? She said, to the junkyard. I said, okay, cool. Well, if we junk in the car, where's the money at? She waited till the tow truck pull off and said, well, I just towed it to the mechanic shop. And I said, what? Why would you do that? We can't afford to get that fixed right now. On top of her starting nursing school at the wrong time and wanted me to leave work early, stop building my business. And the car cost $400. The car cost $400 just to get a diagnosis. It costs $2,000 to repair that car. I told her, don't do it because it'll put us in a bad situation. Don't lose money, just gain. Well, she did it anyway, and the car got towed to the shop, and I told her how much money it was going to cost, and now she's like, well, what am I going to do? I can't pay that money. Fix it. So she was constantly starting problems right in the middle of building a business. And she said, well, my life is important. Everybody care about you. Everybody talking about you, because I was featured on the news a lot. She said, my life's important too. And what is up to date was, like with the title of the show, she have a father in her life. But unfortunately, her father is what they say a very, very sweet man. He's a very sweet man. He get alongs with everybody.
He gives her everything she wants.
Exactly. He told her, he pretty much, she's a spoiled baby. She go around making me look like the bad guy. People see me on TV giving back to the community. They say, oh, we proud of him. She say, well, he's not all that. So she made me out to be a monster. And she calls her dad. Instead of him saying, your husband doing a great thing, follow his lead, he indulged her. Oh, baby. I remember one time he called, said, hey, are you going to work today? She said, no, she got a cold. Oh, no, baby. Oh, no. What you going to do? You going to call off work? Oh, I said, she got a damn cold, man. And that's the problem, because I'm trying to help her become a woman so I can help myself become a man.
Well, here's the real issue that you would have there. First of all, women like that, they know the guy that they're looking for. So what they go looking for is a workhorse. So then she wants to transfer not responsibility from her father, but liability from her father. So then the attitude becomes, well, you're working hard enough for 3 of us. Why should I have to do anything? So I should have the life I want and everything, and you should do all that. Now, of course, they'll never be stupid enough to say it like that. But if you take a look at their behavior and if you ask them sometimes, they'll actually start giving you signs that, yeah, that's their attitude. You work hard enough for all of us. Why do I need to do anything? So now when you throw the father in the mix, well, that's the one who conditioned her to be like that. That's the one who taught her to be like that. And just like you got mama's boys who their mamas sit up here and you ain't got to do what that woman tell you to do here. If she ain't doing what I'm doing, you got some fathers out there competing to be their daughter's man. And then every time you turn around, it's this damn Electra complex. So a man you can't really move like you need to move if you're dealing with something like that. You can't really do that. So you got to start taking a look at the situation and evaluate it and be like, are we on the same page here? The other thing is, like I told the other fella, I'm a firm believer, now, except in one circumstance, and even then I don't really give a lot of leeway to that. How old were you when you got married to her?
We was together for like 10 years. I got married. I'm 38, so we got married like at 34. And we was together for 10 years. We was married for 3 years.
Okay. Look, folks, listen. Fellas, listen, drill this through your head with a DeWalt. If you've been with a broad 5, 7, 8 years, your reptilian brain, your street sense is trying to tell you something. It's trying to tell you 4 little words. This ain't the one. That's what it's trying to tell you. That's why you slow walking this and slow rolling this. When it was time for you to start your business, it didn't take you 10 damn years to decide that was it. So let me get this straight. When it comes to your business, you knew. When it comes to this bank your money is in, you knew. When it comes to taking out this line of credit, you knew. When it comes to this woman, can you give it 10 years? The same guy? This is the same guy. What I'm telling you is I don't believe you became incompetent. I'm saying your competence was talking. And it was saying, yeah, this is the right bank. This is the bank for our money. This is the officer. This is the lawyer. This is the building. Building 1, and then we're going to get building number 2 over here. This is how many hours we need to work with this week. And this is my girlfriend. You heard that part? And this is my girlfriend. 4 years later, this is my girlfriend. Where's this relationship going? Girlfriend. Your animal instincts, your street sense is trying to tell you something. It is not your responsibility to make her wife material. It's your responsibility to recognize and identify wife material. Just because, and here's the thing, the trap we get caught in as men, and I understand this. I've seen it. Had a couple try it on me. I know it works. There are some females out there that you're the only thing she got going. You hear that sound? This is the last train leaving. She's like, the rest of them were duds. This dude got a future. Let me hang around until something better comes along. But as men, we don't talk like that. Women, that's all they think. Let me stick with you unless something better comes along. So she's sitting with you until better comes along. Well, nothing better came along. Now you on the rise. But more than that, you got a program. And your program is my money goes into my mission, not into your whims and caprices. That's where the money gonna go. And she's like, well, you making enough to start chipping off of me, ain't you? And it's like, no, we building something over here and we're not gonna stop till it's built. Now you got a problem. Now there's one other question. Did she have any children when you met her?
No.
Does she have any children now?
2 by me. We got 2 kids together.
Okay,
but
slow down. I was with her for 10 years before I married her. Were any of those children born prior to the marriage?
Before the marriage.
Yes.
One was born. They was both born before the marriage.
Damn. Fellas, if you are not willing to take legal liability for her without children, don't walk into legal liability with them. My man TK Kirkland has done a bunch of interviews about this. A woman doesn't have any power over you as long as she ain't got a ring or a baby. If she's willing to settle for the baby, that's because she doesn't think you're going to give her the leverage that she needs with the ring, but she know. Dudes, I gotta just tell y'all, in the 21st century, get it through your heads. Women don't give a damn about having no babies. A woman will pop out a baby if there's a check. A woman will pop out a baby if there's a discount at Ross's. Why do you think that as teenagers, they carrying babies that ain't even theirs? If that'll get them a discount on the bus, they will walk up on the bus with somebody else's kid. Folks, get it through your heads. Children are much more of a big deal for men than they are for women.
Hey, Jason, can I say something? Add something in?
Hold your thought. These women are coming across the border from Mexico, Haiti, and everything else with kids in tow. Walking hundreds of miles just to get a benefit. With the fellas acting like, oh, this is timeless and priceless. Yeah, they're priceless to us. The women are like, hey, this is a meal ticket. This is a means to an end. Hope he makes it up here without catching cholera. We got to take the blinders off. Go ahead.
Okay. I can admit, I was a simp at the time. I had a simp mind frame. I was pretty much told, you know what I'm saying, a happy wife, happy life. So I was trying everything to keep the family together, which was my mindset at the time. So I was doing everything. She kept complaining. So I took her to Vegas. She complained again. I buy her this. And I'm doing all the simp things, what they say you supposed to do. And when I was doing that, nothing worked, nothing budged.
Oh, it would placate her and silence her for a little bit, but then she's gonna circle back around, and now your relationship has become commercial. It's not all relationships are transactional, but all relationships are not commercial. And now the relationship has become commerce. And once you open that Pandora's box, you later realize the game is already over. All I'm spending money now on is to delay the inevitable. But I'm just buying time, but I'm not fixing anything.
I agree with you. And I was doing all that stuff, but then I couldn't take it no more. So once I said, blank that, I'm done with this, I filed for a divorce. I was able to get out the marriage because she wanted to go see what else is out there. She was so excited to see what else was out there. So I was able to divorce. I got my kids living with me. I got custody of my kids and no child support. The kids with me, no alimony, no piece of the business, none of that. I got off the marriage scot-free. And she was so excited to be free, she just let me go. None of my business she gets. She gets a dime from me, and I got custody of the kids, so I end up winning. But the thing is, when I was a simp and I was doing everything that they say, the Steve Harvey type of stuff, when I was listening to Steve Harvey, it got me more backlash. She fought more against me. She disrespected me. Listening to Steve Harvey had my ex-wife calling me a faggot. So when I left after that, I said, blank you, I'm done, got divorced, my business doing good, my life doing good. When I started treating her accordingly, now she wants me back. There's no way in hell. You know,
we're gonna come back to that. We're gonna come back to that. But let's run it back right quick to the Steve Harvey thing. All right, folks, here's the problem with Steve Harvey. The problem with Steve Harvey is nobody wants to count the first two wives. That's the problem. Nobody wants to look at his example with them. That's the issue. So folks are listening to Steve Harvey now that he has arrived at his destination without taking into account the totality of it. Ask his first two wives how great of a man and husband that he was, claiming these same philosophies the whole time. As a matter of fact, it was even worse back then because remember, he was running around with T.D. Jakes back then. Now he done stopped doing that since he got with the dope dealer's ex-wife. But folks don't take that into account, that Steve is giving you a sales pitch, but he's not actually giving you actionable information. He's telling you what sounds good on sound clips because that's how he gets paid. That's what he's given to you. But he doesn't have to live under any of that. He's not raising any children with Marjorie Harvey. No, he's not. Don't anybody lie and say he is. No, he's not. She raising them kids. He's not raising anything. He's come back and doubled back in the last quarter here because he was living on nostalgia and whatever the case may be. But what he's selling you ain't what he's actually living under. So he's selling you all something he ain't got to live under. Now you got to live under that. You have to live under that because the females don't hear what you think they're hearing. When they listen to Steve Harvey, they're hearing, I can have it all. This is what the man's supposed to do, and I'm supposed to just get a snow shovel and just weep in the benefits. That's what the females are taking away from it. That's what they're getting. And the guys end up stuck with the bill if they listen. And the only thing you really wind up doing is paying for sexual access. Now that's what you end up and calling that a relationship. Because the truth of the matter is, now that you got your pimp boots back on, now that you solid in the game, or at least you're getting back where you need to be, you're starting to realize something. You know, a female is supposed to want to be with me because she wants to be with me. She wants to be next to a workhorse. She wants to be next to a producer. Not because she wants to be next to the bank account. That's supposed to be a given, but she's supposed to respect you for your accomplishments. So in other words, she wants to be next to the money because she wants to be next to the power that produced it. Don't get them confused. The money is the side effect of the man. The man is the value. The money is simply the proof of value. That's all. So that's when you pick a winner. For you fellas who know sports, and I'm not a big sports person, but you understand there's certain teams you roll with year after year because you understand the team is solid. We win some, we lose some, but the team is solid. The coach is solid. Offensive coordinators are solid. I'm from Louisiana, we do football. The team is solid. Might not go to the Super Bowl this year, but the team is solid. So we ain't wishy-washy. We rolling with them because the team is solid. That's how a woman's supposed to be about you. I'm not with him because he bought me this stuff. To buy me the stuff is a given. I'm going to scratch up his car. I'm going to claw out his eyes if I'm in danger of losing him. That's what the attitude's supposed to be. That the cars and stuff, that's an extra. When the cars and the trips become a requirement, that's the female letting you know that you've lost your value. Now, whether it's just or not, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether she's tripping. It doesn't matter if it's just or not. It doesn't matter if she's getting over. As men, we're supposed to take the raw data. We're supposed to do for a female so long as she's doing for us. We're supposed to stand 10 toes for her as long as she's standing 10 toes for us. Survival's supposed to also tell us when she stopped doing it. And what they count on is they can stop doing it, but so long as they're giving you sexual access, that will keep you distracted from the fact that, by the way, she done changed. Then you start talking to her about changing. Y'all gonna have some blow-ups and some fights. Then she gonna start snuggling up with you, and now you've forgotten about that mess until you get up the next morning, and I'll be damned, I got a $2,000 repair bill. All the sex in the world is not distracting me from that repair bill. Now she wants to snuggle up some more. And when that doesn't work, now she wants to fight some more. So as men, we got to understand that's not accidental. This is female strategy. This is behavior. Your chick, it was not an anomaly. That's the rule. I got a million stories out there like that. A million. It's not rare. Now, we come to the next part. Y'all thought I forgot. I didn't. When the fella demonstrates what I've always said, fellas, when I use phrases, when you hear phrases like get your money, I want you to understand what that means to me for me. Understand the real context. Get your money means money is a side effect of you being on your mission. Get back on your mission. Get back on your purpose. In the words of Nipsey Hussle, people can love you one day and not love you the next, but a $100 bill gonna be a $100 bill. No matter what day of the week it is. Get back on your purpose. Being on your purpose is what brought all these people to you, including the broad. Get back on your purpose. You get back locked into that. You know why? Because you can get some more money. You can get some more accomplishments. You can expand your purpose in this world. Can she find another producer? Now, I know you can find another her, but can she find another you? Can she find another dude who gonna work 671 days and ain't breaking for ground? Can you? That's a hell of a work ethic. Where's she going? She needs to find that now. Now, next step here is a double-edged sword, because now she's used to your productive output and she's told herself, I can get that. I can have that. When she ventures back into the sexual marketplace, now you really did it dirty because you took the kids. Now she feels like a single woman. I ain't got nothing to hold me back. Yeah, but there's one more problem. Between your daddy and Londale, you're now conditioned to believe you can have it all. So when you re-enter the sexual marketplace, you're going to be like, oh, I can't take a L. I'm looking for the next man to take up where Londale left off. No interruption. Londale got 10 years, nigga. You got 10 months. Actually, you probably got 10 weeks. And you have to take up right where Londale left off at. I expect to continue with no interruption of benefits. Well, you and I both know that's a tall order. That's a very tall order. But she's not going to give it up now because she's already told herself she can have it, and her dad is telling her, well, if you find a Londale, you can find another one. Now she's out here trying to find the next one. And what she found out is, ooh, it's easier wishing than it is to get it. Next thing you know, Londale is back on his purpose, like, it ain't missed a beat. Or at least maybe you did, but it's just like, hey, he's going to shake it off. And once he gets it shook off, that's it. The train is running. Now she's giving you the, hey, boo.
Facts.
Now she's giving you the hey, boo, because she looked over there to see if your game fell off and realized, oh, the game ain't fell off. Hey, boo, I just want to see the kids, Hey, how you doing? I be messed up sometimes, just sometimes I'm growing though, I'm growing. They start giving you that. What she's saying dude, I'm telling you, I ain't telling you what I heard. I'm telling you what I've lived. What she is saying is, yeah, I was looking for your replacement and it didn't really work out. Is you still available? Because here's the other thing about it is, what that tells me is you haven't been entertaining a lot of close female company like that. So that's what it tells me. And that's a good thing. That's why I said, I'm not guessing my way through this. He's back on his purpose. That's his woman. That's his woman, his baby. That's his everything. He back on his purpose. So she looking at you to see, is there another chick who's in the picture? And she doesn't understand. You're not that young male she met 14 years ago. You're somebody new now. That fella was looking for pimping hoes and slamming Cadillac doors. The man now is like, baby, I've been there, done that. I'm used to sex now. So what else you got? Sex is a given. This money is questionable. And you're focused on that now. But she still got the frame of reference, and she has to, because as a female, what else does she have to offer you? So she's hoping that magic wand still works. Hey, boo, is you lonely? We got a lot of memories together. So on and so forth. Okay. I got a feeling it's a new day. I got a feeling it's a new day. I got a feeling it's a new format. And she came. This was what she needed to be saying 3 years ago. This is what she needed to be saying then. But the other problem is, do you trust it? Because there's the other problem is like, and can you afford to take a chance like that? And I'm at this point right now, I'm not going to tell you what to do and not do. Do whatever you want to. I'm just saying, yeah, I don't even know how much proximity I would give her, because some of the things that you told me got every alarm bell known to man going off, especially if she's said things to disparage your reputation. Because you and I both know as businessmen, your reputation is what enters the door before you do. Your rep is with them people you want to talk to today. You got a meeting at 12 o'clock, 8 a.m. Your rep is in their office 4 hours before you ever got there. And if somebody is besmirching it and dirtying it up, no. I would just assume make sure you don't ever have an opportunity to do something like that again. You get one strike on something like that. You get one strike. I don't care how mad she is. I don't care how upset she is. You can be mad as you want to be. Leave my rep alone. Don't be trying to put my name dirty out here in these streets, because that messes with my money. And it's not about the money. This is my life's work. This is my accomplishment. As black men, ain't nobody giving us a damn thing. Nobody's giving us nothing. Black men are the only people in America who earn $1. The Asians, the whites, the Jews, the Arabs, they got generational wealth. They'll give them that. If a black man got $1,000, he earned every one of them, even if it's street money. He had to earn that. He had to earn every dollar. Don't sit up here and make no situation makes it harder than that. We got to earn ours. Everybody else getting given theirs. We got to get ours, not out the damn mud. I'm from Louisiana. We got to get it out the clay. And that takes years and years. You done worked 10 damn years while you done grown up in school watching the white kids get given theirs. This little bastard walking out of junior high getting given his. Don't tell me a damn thing about no Silicon Valley startup. They giving him his. And he gets to screw it up 3 or 4 times. You see these white kids on YouTube trying to be rappers and stuff, come from families with money, and he done screwed it up 3 or 4 times. We got to get it right the first time. We got to hit a home run the first time, every time. We got to hit platinum the first time out the gate, every time. We don't get second chances. And one more thing, unlike the females, brother, you understand, we ain't got no cleavage to show and no thighs to expose. We ain't got that. A female can sit up here and show some skirt and get some benefits. We can't get nothing. Either we got a tool set that gets the job done and gets benefits, or they don't even want us around. That's what it is to be one of us. Don't be talking no dirt on my name. Don't be trying to besmirch my name. Some hater out there somewhere, let them hate. That means I'm shining. Somebody in bed next to me, don't be putting no dirt on my name. You're gonna get 1 strike at that. You get 1 strike at that. You got something to say, you come say it to me. You walk out that door and folk know you roll with me and you talking crazy like that, you won't get 2 chances to do that. As far as I'm concerned with a fella, and I don't ever tell folk to get divorced, the woman you married to doing that, it might be time to go see Judge Maybelline. I don't know. But you don't give them 5 and 6 chances. It's too damn hard for us to do this. 671 days, if you was a white man, you'd have a string of shops like Smart Cuts. You know it. It'd be like Starbucks. You done work 671 days to get 1 place. That tells you how far behind we are as black men. You got to work your ass off and risk a health incident to try to get it out the mud yourself. And if you was a white man or Asian, you'd have a string of them by now. You'd have a chain of them. You had to do all that just to get 1 and then got somebody trying to play with that? No. She can watch the rest of this show from the sidelines and just wonder what could have been. That's not punishment. That's just fate. And you chose that. I don't want to see any of you fellas out here working this damn hard and not getting everything you supposed to. I don't want to see that. The only caveat that I would have given in this situation, the only caveat I would give you is she was doing real good when she was your girlfriend. Once you gave her leverage, I can't say you created a monster, but we certainly fed the monster. So to all the guys out there, hey fellas, do what you do. But if you've been with a chick 5 years and you haven't tried to marry her, your animal instincts are telling you this is not the one. And then she gonna show, if you stick around long enough, she's gonna show you why. That's the real thing. And it should also be something that happens at your leisure. Nobody should be coaxing you into that. But the other thing is, I meant to say this earlier. Brother, what happened was you kept her around too long. Because a female like that understands if I just get on his back and hang on him, it's like a praying mantis. If I just hang on his back long enough, I'll wear him down. All I gotta do is jump on his back and just sit here. 10 years later, she's like, well, we done did everything else. We might as well get married. And you're like, well, she's been around so long. I'm so used to seeing her. Well, we might as well. That animal instinct voice, year after year, got quieter and quieter until finally she got it quiet enough that you opened the door to something that you knew was not a good idea. Or at least you knew it in year 1. By year 10, you can't tell the difference now. And there's chicks out there who will wait you out. If she doesn't have a better option, she will wait you out. That's what happened in your case. She just waited you out. 10 years later, here we go. The good news is you woke up quickly enough about it, but I just want I want you and the other fellas out there listening to understand what the real issue was. I'm not blaming you for getting with her. I'm just saying, fellas, recognize when you see a chick and it's like, this is how far I need to go with you. Then it might be a situation where she's like, hey, this is the other thing. Now, you can tell me if this happened. Here's what usually occurs. It's going to be 60-40. You either get to a point where the chick starts badgering the hell out of you for marriage, and that just becomes the daily damn routine. Even if you had kids with her, she's like, okay, what's the next step? What's the next step? Everything is the next step. What's the next step? What's the next step? Where are we going? And that becomes the wedge that she used to keep nudging you over everything else she wants. Or she tells you, fine, we don't have to get married, but just so you know, I'm keeping my options open. She starts throwing little hints like that. Usually it goes one or two ways. Which one was it for you?
It was the nagging. It was she pretty much shut down. She wouldn't cook, she wouldn't clean, she wouldn't do anything.
Wow, this sounds familiar, but go ahead.
She said it was because she said that's what wife duties do. That's what she kept saying, that's the things cooking and cleaning is something that a wife do. Even if it's for, me working all these days and coming home, when I get off work, she's calling me, what we eating? You know what I'm saying? I pretty much lived off of fast food, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So like a simp in the food, I was thinking like, okay, she kept complaining and saying, that's something the wife do, and started nagging me about that. And then I end up giving in. I gave in and married her, and nothing changed. It got worse.
I have a program that I did years ago, bidding up the price. I have a program I did here on the business called bidding up the price. This is another tactic. So what they do is tell you, well, if you'll just do this one more thing, then that would be enough to get me to do all this other stuff there. And that the reason I'm not doing it is because you ain't did that. Fellas, remember the psychology I taught you on this. Now, brother, you know damn well if that was Idris Elba, Denzel Washington, Michael B. Jordan, that hell would be cooking, cleaning, working 16 hours a day, throwing down XXX rated sex, wouldn't be given no complaints, and all she would want to do is to take selfies with them on Facebook. That's all they'd have to give her. Well, if that's what she's willing to do for them, don't tell yourself, well, I ain't Idris. That's not the point. The point is there's a man she will do it for. She running game on you. She's running game on you. She's capable of doing it. She just wants you to she wants you to give, the game they play is they want you to give her something that you can't take back. You can't take back a baby. You can't take back a marriage. You can't take back a house or a lease without a hell of a hassle. So when she feels like you got too many options and she's trying to pin you down, then it becomes about, well, if you do one more thing, and then they start rationing out stuff. Now that you're older, you understand the moment she told you she ain't cooking, it's like, baby, that's the admission fee. What the hell I need you here for if you ain't gonna do nothing? Wife duties me ass. That is my woman duties. Period. You ain't cooking, you ain't staying. You're not staying. And this is why, I think you're old enough now to understand, this is why men cannot have just one female option. We can't. We can't. Fellas, the moment that your woman thinks that she is your only option, she's gonna start abusing it. The 74-year-old dude who called me earlier and a bunch of you other guys, y'all will find out the hard way. When a woman gets the idea that the reason why she treats Idris like that is because she know Idris got options. Michael B. Jordan got options. Jonathan Major got options. You have options, but she wants to know if you're gonna give them up. And once you let her know that she's valuable enough to give them up, what you think what you told her is, baby, I'm trying. What you really just told her is, you're more valuable than me. Now, you're like, that is not what I said. Yeah, that is what you said. Because that's what she's looking for. She's looking for you to give her a gesture that indicates you're willing to give up more than her. The fella earlier, this chick is coming to him with one kid on her arm and one kid in her belly, and he talking about marrying her. Dude, you just told her that she's more valuable than you. What do you think she's going to do now that you've said that? She's going to abuse it. No female has a t-shirt on that says, marry me, nigga, so I can abuse you. Nobody says that. You have to see when you're getting yourself in trouble. And when you're dealing in the streets and you're dealing with men, your animal instincts tell you don't do this. We get around women and our brains turn off. And she's like, yeah, just give me an opening. So in your case, it's like, yeah, it was never enough. I need to be your girlfriend. You need to do more. I need to move in. You need to do more. We need to get married. He ain't trying to really do that. Well, let's have some kids. He gave in there. You need to do more. Now we need to get married. You see how she just incrementally kept pushing you until eventually there was no room left to go except to get married. And then once she got married, Nothing changed. So in other words, you mean to tell me that I could have just stayed unmarried to you and got the same thing for half the cost?
Exactly.
I got married to you. I've got 90% less freedom and 75% less money to get the same thing I was getting before. Actually, you're probably getting less now. You're paying twice as much to get less than you were ever getting. Then it's like, well, hell, I could have just stayed where I was. But sometimes they got to prove it to you. Sometimes they have to prove to you that they really will get over on you if you let them. And then you just, going forward, you got to recognize that and tell the young fellas that. Tell them, hey, this is the way that'll happen. Syrupy sweet me ass. I don't care if she's wearing glasses. I don't care if she got $1 million smile. I don't care if she's got a degree. This is the operating system. This is it. It never stops there. If she's good enough to marry, you know that within 6 months. You know within 6 months of being with her, she's wife material. But you still don't marry her in 6 months. That's a fool. Now you give her another 2 or 3 years. Jason, why? Because just in case, you need to figure out if you can live with all the bad parts. And if she running game, she can't be fake for 2 or 3 years. The real thing is going to show itself. She can't be fake that long. Now you need to decide if you're going to stay with that. If we've gotten to year 4 or 5 and you still haven't married her, that's Jason's plan worked. You stuck around long enough to see this ain't the one. If you then do a U-turn, just understand she got you. She got you. She got you. When's the last time she called you?
Yesterday.
What did she say?
Pretty much, she was 3 years later, because I moved on. You know, I got several girlfriends now. So she called me and she found out that I was dating other women. And I haven't heard from her. She never called me or pursued me. Everything just always been about the kids. So when she found out I was dating other women, she called me yesterday and said, she a cook now. 3 years later, she said she a cook now. And she said, she asked, can she come over? I said, no. And I was like, why you just can't come over here and give our kid, whatever you want to give him? You don't even have to come in the house. He can come outside. He's 11 years old. He can come outside. I said, why do you give big a fuss? Because you want to come inside my house. She said it was just a glimpse of what she used to have, and she missed what she had, and she a cook now and all this.
Nigga, she wants to come scope the joint out. She wants to come snoop around. She can't do that outdoors. She need to come check and see how deep off in the paint. Do I see any drawers laying around? Do I see any shoes? She want to find out she needs some intel. She trying to do reconnaissance. That's what she trying to do. And ain't this a son of a gun? So let me get this straight. She wouldn't cook, clean, nor take care of your business. Now you got 3 females. One to cook, one to clean, one to take care of business. Here she comes talking about, do you need a 4th leg? Ain't that something? She waits until you got somebody who cooking, cleaning, and everything else. Now she wants to find out if you want to consolidate.
3 years later.
Yeah, she figured one of y'all was going to give out. And it's like, yeah, the options are not what you thought they were going to be. They're not what you thought they were going to be. You overplayed your hand. And here's the other thing. Has she called up her daddy to slap the dog snot out of him for giving her such bad advice and training?
Along with her sister, who is single, and her best friend, who has 4 kids, live with her mama that's single. Her sister never been overweight woman, never been proposed to, never been married, that she lived with her mama. All the daddy, the sister, and the best friend, all three is marriage experts. They all told her to leave me. Don't worry about it. You'll find something else. Because her sister actually texted me, y'all divorced now. So it was a long time ago. Her sister thought I was behind something. I don't even pay no attention. And her sister said she's divorced now, so now she can live her life again. And I was like, live your life again? I'm like, go ahead, go out there. But I told her, you don't get to go out there and see what else is out there and find out, oh shit, I fucked up, and then come back. You know what I'm saying? When she was gone, it was gone. But it was my decision to make the divorce, to divorce. And that's all she kept saying is, I'm the one who filed for divorce. She wanted me to file for divorce, but she was causing me to divorce. You know what I'm saying? And that's what she thought was going to work. Well, you divorce. You quit it. But I'm like, no, you quit it once I married you. And another thing I asked her, I said, why do you go around and bash me so much? She said out her own mouth, it's her insecurity. Because when women, she figured she only bashed me to women because she don't want the women to like me. So women at her job could see, I come across on TV on the news or something, and her one of her coworkers be like, "Oh, I seen your husband passing out turkeys in the community," and that's when she'd go in. Oh, he's not all that. Oh, he's he neglected me. He mentally abused me. He ignored me. So the more popular I got, the worse she got.
So she's not happy for you shining and that she is Mrs. Shine. She sees herself as in competition against you.
I 100%. I 100%. I got a mentor that's a 65-year-old man, very successful. I watch your shows for a while, and what caught my attention with your shows is you and my mentor. Y'all have a somewhat of the same delivery and personality, and he honestly gets the credit for waking me up. You know what I'm saying? He never told me to leave my wife, but he told me that's some bullshit. That ain't true, because her mom, her sister, her dad, they was all telling me a husband's supposed to do this, a husband's supposed to do that. But in the back of my mind, I just felt like something wasn't right. So when I got my mentor who was helping me with my business, like teaching me about LLCs and tax information, he was making sure that he helped me with the paperwork and stuff, because I'm good at working, but a lot of the things behind the scenes, like LLCs, tax issues, I had no clue about none of that stuff. So he helped me with that stuff. And he started asking me questions like, well, why you didn't do this? Well, why you didn't do that? And it was because of my ex-wife. And I try to keep it from him, but he was adding 2 + 2. And he was like, all right, give it to me straight. And I was like, okay, well, my wife don't support me. And that's when I break it down to him what was going on. He never said divorce her, but he told me what's right and what's wrong, what he dealt with and what he won't deal with. And he opened my eyes, and I called him one day out of the blue because I was telling him everything that I was going through. And one day I called him out of the blue. I snapped out of it, and he knew it. He said he seen it in me. He said that I was on the verge of waking up. I just needed to be pointed in the right direction, because I ain't have a father in my life or nothing either. So I didn't have no clue about marriage and how a woman's supposed to be, a wife supposed to be. And then one day out of nowhere, I called him at like 1 a.m. I just woke up and I felt something. And I called him. I said, man, I think I made my decision. He said, what's your decision? I said, I'm going to separate and then I'm going to get a divorce. And he said, now you're fucking talking. This taking mentorship to a whole nother level. I never wanted to tell you to divorce. I had to wait till you open your eyes and see it for yourself. And once I opened my eyes, because like I said, I was a simp. I act and moved off of feelings and emotions. You know what I'm saying? Which I later learned that a man don't supposed to move and act and react off of emotions and feelings. So the more that when I separated and got away from her, every day that I go by without being around her, the more I start waking up and start seeing things for really what it is. Because she did go to school for psychology and stuff and graduated and all that. And I barely graduated high school. So I felt like I was kind of manipulated. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was against me. In my opinion, the dad, I never really went to my mom. My mom kind of stayed up. Yeah, my mom wanted to get in it, but I kept my mom out of it. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of things I didn't know, but I did know a man's business and his business. So unfortunately for me, I kept all our dirty laundry to ourselves. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things that she would have done, and then people will question her for it, and I will always take the blame. I was always making excuses for her. My sister invited her to her wedding. She didn't show up to the wedding, and my sister like, oh, what the hell? She supposed to be my sister-in-law, and I'm just coming up with excuses like, oh, her cousin died, and she wasn't right mentally. So I kept a lot of the things, like we was living like filth. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't eating. I mean, when I worked all these days in a row, you know, you, like you said, you put your health on the line. You said something about my health, because that's true. Because me working all them days like that, just trying to put my family ahead. And I was tired of living, you know what I'm saying, middle class and barely, not middle class. I was tired of living from check to check, never ever had nothing, never can go anywhere. So when I worked all them days in a row, I was just going off of momentum and motivated. I felt like, because I started cutting the professional athletes. I started cutting college athletes. Then I started cutting NBA players, NFL players, and, you know, and the more that I kept doing that, you know, the health did play a part, because working all them days in a row, now I'm on blood pressure medicine. I lost over 40 pounds. I was on anxiety. I was on anxiety medicine, and it cost me health wise. You know what I'm saying? Like I overworked my body. That's what the doctor said. I overworked my body. But fortunately, around the time that I found out that I was overworking my body, you know, I was feeling it as well. I was fortunate to save up enough money for a bigger shop. So the health part, you know, where the doctor told me I need to stop, and saving the money for the shop kind of went going hand in hand. So I end up pulling it off. But it wasn't easy when I constantly coming home. Every day I get off work, she's on my neck. Every day I got off work. You ain't at work this late. No man, the number one excuse men that cheat say is they working a lot. And I'm like, hey, if you don't believe I'm working like this, you can come in up here and visit me anytime. She came to the shop to bring the kids glasses probably about 3 weeks ago. And when she dropped them off at my shop, she said, oh, wow, I didn't know you had this in here. I had my business for going on 4 years now. She said, oh, I didn't know you had this in here. When'd you put that in here? I said, it's been here for over 3 years. But when I was building that shop and working in there, she didn't come up there not one time to visit. She didn't help do any damn thing.
Red flags.
And I
Fellas, especially from my entrepreneur class, part of the reason you did not want to marry her, because she was showing you through her actions, not her words. Well, I've taught you all. She was not invested in you. This thing that he's trying to build, this is his baby. This is his life's work. This is what he's invested himself in. But she isn't. She's sitting at home and milling around, but she isn't trying to be a part of this thing that this man is giving his everything to. When I give you all examples like Linda McMahon and Vince McMahon, baby, you can't be with Vince McMahon unless you got body slammed in that room. You have to be invested. You got to put skin in the game. She wasn't putting any in. So you got her sitting at home. But the super red flag here is, by the way, you notice she's not investing in your business. She got a lot of yakety yak about it, a lot of criticism, but she's not investing. If you fall out tomorrow, she's not ready to maintain this thing you built. For you, this is your legacy. Okay, but you got a woman who can't maintain it. And she can't maintain it because she has no desire to. We need a different woman. Now, if she had been coming up to that shop with you, dude, y'all have been married in the first 2 years. You would have been like, this the one. Because you would have been spending too much time around her. And notice I said over the course of years. Mm-hmm. If she had been up there with you every day over the course of years, you see she's solid. She see she's on the game. She knows as much about this thing as you do. You're like, man, nigga, this the one. This the one right here. She been here 3 years. This is the one. I'm saying this the one. I ain't gonna wait no 10 damn years. This is right here. All the signs are there, fellas. I mean, your phone call is a textbook example down the list of every check mark I'm telling about. That's what it is. And if you've seen that, it'd be a different situation, but she'd have to be a different person. So I'm wondering one thing though, brother. Something's not right here. And I'm wondering something. And something you just said kind of got my attention. Now, exactly how old were you two when you first met?
I actually knew her since high school.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Nostalgia. All right. He hadn't had a lot of girlfriends. He had not had a lot of girl experience. She called him fresh in school. So
Agreed.
she was really the only thing he knew. Now, under the old paradigm of the 1920s and the 19th century and before then, you two would have gotten along fine. In the modern contaminated era, unfortunately, it doesn't work. But the fact that you knew her in high school, ordinarily, that would have been enough. And she'd been a model citizen and y'all been married now for the last 20 years. Well, that is not the way that works, especially when you're raising a daughter to be a climber and you're raising a daughter to take advantage of men. All right. So we got his high school sweetheart, and she recognized some things, but something ain't right here. So let me figure out what's not right. Now, you cut hair. You're in the barber business. You help dudes get shaped up and sharp now. I got a feeling you weren't always like that, though. Not yourself, you weren't. So this is something you had to learn. And I'm talking about since you had met her, since high school. This is something that wasn't really high on your radar then, but you realized you had the knack for it, the talent for it, an ability for it, affinity for it, whatever. And then it became your thing. I got a feeling that's what occurred.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's definitely what occurred. I always had dreams, but I never really did nothing about it. And all of a sudden, the shop that I used to work at, I worked there for 10 years. And unfortunately, the owner of the shop closed down the shop with no warning. The first shop that I worked at before that, it was a horrible experience for me. I thought I wasn't a good barber at first, but it turns out that I was just in a bad environment. The first shop that I worked at, I pretty much sat for 2 years and watched 3 other men make money. The second shop I worked at, it was more older guys that worked there, and they wasn't like that, spreading hate, telling people not to go to me and all that stuff. They was more supportive and help. But I started climbing up in that business. And when I started climbing up in that business, the owner of the shop, which was my cousin, by the way, he started kind of doing little petty stuff to me, and to the point he closed the shop with no warning. So when that happened, I always been a nice guy. You know what I'm saying? I was always the nice guy, giving people the benefit of the doubt. And I got the short end of the stick all the time. I have no friends. I'm a business owner. I do my thing, but I have no friends, and I don't want no friends unless it's business friends or someone that I can learn from that's either on my level or above.
You want a friend, get a dog.
I just bought a dog.
Let that be your buddy, because your friends need to be anywhere but around your money.
Absolutely. So when I did that, when he closed the shop down, I just couldn't take it no more. I just said, you know what? I'm just going to do my own thing from now on. And, it was one little shop, you know what I'm saying? But I was so motivated because it was mine. I can work by myself, and I was in charge of my own. I want to put my future in my own hands instead of another owner, because I can't depend on I can't feed my family depending on another man. So I decided to take the initiative and do it myself. And so you're right. I always didn't have that mindset. It was something that just snapped out into me out of nowhere.
Right. But I'm talking about as far as the vocation that you chose to do barbering.
I've been cutting hair for 15 years.
Yeah, but I'm talking about that was something you latched on to after you met her. I'm talking about after high school.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That was not, I don't want to go too long with it, but I just want to make sure I stick in those points. There's something I'm trying to figure out. So you got involved in this after you met her. So what I'm saying is, now I'm trying to ask myself, what was this dude like? Who was he and what was he like? I got a feeling that you also had some weight issues.
Yeah, I was overweight.
Okay, because you mentioned that before, but I'm talking about going all the way back to high school.
No, I was in shape in high school. I kind of always been off and on. Elementary school, I was a little chubby guy.
There you go. Yeah, your perception of it may not be the perception of other people of it. So I'm pretty sure he might have had some little chubby days and stuff. And that tells me about the chick. Now that tells me about her. Because a woman can want anything she wants to, but if she is not with the men that she wants or desiring, then she got to get in where she fits in. So then it begs the question, were you her first choice, Or were you just where she got in, where she fit in, and she was, stop me if any of this sounds familiar, she was waiting to see if something better was coming along?
No, actually, she was always had a crush on me. I'm from Detroit, and I moved to Kentucky with my granny here to start over, and that's where she's from, Detroit too. So when I moved down here, she actually followed me down here. So she always chased me, and then I never really took her serious with a relationship. But when she kind of came to Kentucky, moved to a whole nother state, I kind of took her serious then. And once I got her pregnant and had our first kid, I was like, okay, well, we might as well move in together and try the family thing and stuff. She
Brother,
always.
I hear you. I hear you. I have to tell you, based on the events as you have conveyed them to me, I don't think it has the veracity to it that you might tell yourself. Sometimes how we remember things, even how we remember experiencing them, because you don't have a television on top of her head to show you what she's really thinking. Wouldn't life be so much easier if we could plug in some HDMI cables and see what the person's really thinking? But what I'm saying is that if she feels like you're the best she can do, fellas need to understand threading this needle. Just because a woman feels you're the best she can do doesn't mean she wants you. That can be a hard pill for males to swallow. Girls pick this up in elementary school. Well, you're the best I can do. So we start taking her behavior, like following us around like a puppy dog and stuff. She's not holding on because you're the one. She's holding on because you're the one she can get. Because the question I usually ask is, on a scale of 1 to 10, even numbers only, what would the men of Detroit rate her at?
Not including 7.
Even numbers only.
I give her an 8. She's attractive. She was attractive at the time. She had a bad body. She was a cheerleader, belly button ring, flat stomach. She was bad. She's still attractive in the face, after the 2 kids, and being with me for all them years. She is overweight now, but no, she was a bad motherfucker back then.
Well, like I say, I can't speak on that without seeing it, but what I will say is I wonder if other options felt the same as you, because you have a bias. You knew her from school. That's a very powerful thing. You start making the assumption that she's reliable because we went to high school together. What the hell you doing? Oh, this trip, we went to school together. What the hell? We was in Miss Marshall's class. What the hell are you talking about? So things like that. You used to be crying to me when them chicks took your pom-poms from you. That can be nostalgia is much more powerful with men than it is with women. Much
she
more
did
powerful.
say that. Well, you're right, Jason, because she actually told me
there you go.
I was the best, she ever had as far as a man, attractive wise and, future wise, because I was always a worker. I had been working since I was 16.
Right. But the question isn't how well you were doing. The question is, are you the guy that her daddy promised was coming? Are you the guy she was thinking about with her My Little Ponies and her Barbie dolls? Are you what she's been thinking about, or are you the best she could do? And that's what I'm saying. Over time, as men, we get confused because the things you just said, those are sales lines. Mm-hmm. You're the best guy I've been with. Okay, but that ain't what I asked you. I asked you, is that what you've been waiting for? And what you really just said is a roundabout way of saying you're the best she could do. And I'm not saying that to be diminishing or diminutive. What I'm saying is that I want you all to understand that the way females speak to us a lot of the time is survival based. So just like men say what's necessary to get sex some of the time, women know how to curve their words to say what's necessary to make you think she said a lot more than she did. And what I'm saying is the way in which the pressure started getting applied to you relatively quickly, that doesn't sound like that took a lot of time. That doesn't sound like it took a lot. Because according to you, basically from the ages where you all were in high school, I'm figuring it was around did you say 16 or 18?
What would you say?
When you met in high school, it was around 16 or 18.
I was 18. Okay. She was.
Okay. By the time you're 28, that's when they want to get married?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds about right. Here's my thing about it. So that means, but you were telling me that there were issues going into it before then when she got pregnant with the kids. So I'm just saying signs started showing themselves relatively soon. This wasn't something where you got married and bam, oh, here she comes with it. So, no, the signs were actually already there. So what I'm telling you is that, yeah, a woman doesn't want to be unclaimed, and a woman don't want to be out here by herself. She wants to be able to claim something. As men, we have to understand that if you are not that vision she's had in her head of what she's been waiting on, she may just be saying everything that's necessary to make you invested so that you won't go anywhere, so that you will sit still until she finds a better option. And then she drops you like a bag of garbage. Remember, guys, when a woman starts giving us trouble, when a woman leaves, it was never, 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 ever, 100,000% is never what she did that night. She didn't make that decision that night. She made that decision months or even years ago. The night she did whatever she did, that was just the night that she finally decided to act on it. When a woman says she wants to leave, she's made that decision months or years ago. It was never, 1,000% never that night. She's just informing you of a decision she made a while ago. Then you start looking through the phone. Then you start looking through the social media. Then you start talking to other folk and find out, I'll be damned, she's been living a double life and this, that, and the other. Yeah, she made this decision a while ago. She just needed to make sure that you were unaware. So I got to do things to get him reinvested. Let me go buy this thong. Let me do this triple X rated stuff. Let me go ahead and make his favorite meal or remember his birthday, whatever. But then you see little signs pop up, or big signs in your case, intermittently to show you there's trouble. So what I'm saying to you, the point I'm making here is that what I'm seeing is a guy who boy meets girl in high school. Girl is okay with him because they're young and she's kind of inexperienced, but her daddy and probably her mom have influenced her to believe that there's a certain type of guy she should be with. And by that, I don't just mean the way he looks. I mean, he should be treating you like XYZ. And you the princess, and whatever you do should be okay, and his job is to suck it up and make a way for you to be okay, and you to be happy with whatever going on. So now you're spoiling the hell out of her. In high school, that was okay. You were not her protector and her provider then. You had this hybrid. Her dad is her protector and provider. You're a guy she just likes. Now, years later, we've transferred responsibility and liability. Now you're protector and provider, but attitudes have changed. And she's now more concerned with finding a way to lock you down so you don't move around until she figures out what her next move is, as opposed to being as enamored as you think she is. But she's really waiting for something else. Along the way, you start changing. He's getting shaped up. He's learning to shape other folk up. He's getting a little swag about him. Now he's on this entrepreneurial kick, so he wants to get the money stacked. All she hears is he's developing options, and the only thing men use options for is to leave. And he's at that shop with a bunch of men. He's meeting athletes. The only thing a man wants a bunch of money for is to leave. Well, guess what? What you found out from her is the only reason the woman gets hard-pressed to go back to school and get a job is if she wants to leave.
She said that. She said she gotta make money, but she tried to put it on me. She said she gotta become a nurse so she can make more money just in case I leave her.
Fellas, I don't know how to say this to y'all. If a woman says that statement to you, it's time to go. Because what she's saying is, I don't trust you anymore. I am the enemy. We're not a team. You're playing against the rest of the world, but I'm playing against you. I'm in your house. I'm in your bed. I'm not playing against the rest of the world with you. I'm playing against the rest of the world and playing against you. Fellas, when women tell you that they're playing against you, it's time to go. She's saying you're the enemy and I need to figure out how I'm going to beat you.
Jason, I got a question to ask you. I need to know your opinion about this. This is, excuse me if this come off crazy, but it might not come off crazy. So she started stressing me out, nagging me, and it started working to the point she's stressing me out so bad I start having nosebleeds. So
hell no.
every Saturday at the end of the week, for some reason, I get these bad headaches every Saturday. And one Saturday, it was so bad that it dropped me to my knees. And it was the worst migraine I ever had in my life. To the point, I'm going to compare, my migraine was so bad. I said to myself, if I have to live my life like this for a year, I'd rather blow my brains out. So high blood pressure runs in my family. And with me stressing out with the business and stuff, trying to build this business and dealing with her, I was stressed out. So I knew I had to go to the doctor and get on blood pressure medication because it runs in my family, but she always fought against it. She don't get on medicine because it's the government, that's the government conspiracy. And I listened to her. I'm like, okay, well, something has to be done about this blood pressure and my stress and the headaches I'm getting. I can't keep living like this. So I said, skip it. I went to the doctor without her knowing and got on blood pressure medicine. Once I got on blood pressure medicine, no, I ain't have a headache in years. But I knew it was blood pressure medicine. So when I got on blood pressure medicine and I told her, she's like, oh, see, I told you the headaches will go away. I said, because of her medical background. And I said, well, no, it ain't that. I went and got blood pressure medicine. You know what I'm saying? That's why my headaches went away. And that's why, I'm, my heart not beating and all that stuff. When she found out I got on blood pressure medicine, it made it even worse. She hated me for getting on blood pressure medicine. She nagged the shit out of me about getting on blood pressure medicine. But I'm like, okay, but what is your solution? Because I can't work like this and I can't live like this with headaches. And but I'm like, okay, if you don't want me to get on blood pressure medicine and you see that I'm, going through a lot with this, stop the nagging. If it ain't nothing that can end our marriage or end our family, because you're nagging over little stuff. Why is a dent in my car door? Why did you? I said, if it ain't nothing to end our marriage, just let me live while I build this business. She didn't. She stressed me. She nagged me so much. I told you I started having the nosebleeds. She still didn't stop. Jason, do you think she wanted me to die?
I think it is worse than that. I can't tell you whether she desired you to die. What I can tell you is that very clearly she was not concerned if you did. So the only thing as men we need to understand, we look for hate the way we do from other men. Well, from other men, hate is a dude running up on you and he's going to knock your teeth out or whatever. With women, we need to look out not for hate, but for indifference. Because you see, a woman can't whoop your ass with her hands. A man can do that. A woman can't do that. So her way of expressing hostility and contempt will be different. So what you just articulated is what you would expect from another man. You would expect overt action, overt hostility. That is not how females do things. Not with men, they don't. So they nag, but as far as action against you, it's more like indifference. So they keep pushing and pushing, even though it's causing tremendous damage and tremendous problems. So it comes down now that's the situation now is indifference. You can see this is endangering him. She's more concerned with having her way than she is with any negative effect this could have on you. So think of it like being an abused child. Think of it like that.
Hello?
You're still
can
there.
You hear me?
Yes,
I can't hear.
We still hear you. No, you're still there. I don't know if you can hear me.
Jason, I don't know if you can hear me.
All right, we hear you just fine. I don't know what happened to you. He hit the screen and now he's looking kind of weird. He can hear me though. No, he can't hear me. Okay, I was able to hear him. Now I can't hear him either. Okay, let me go ahead and see if I can try to restart him here. See if that helps. I think I see Jeff in the waiting room there too. I'll get to Jeff here in a minute. Let me see if I can try to bring Londell back on here. But yeah, fellas, what you're watching out for is indifference. It is, can you hear me now?
I'm back. I
Okay.
couldn't hear you. My bad.
Yeah, we can hear you the whole time. But
Okay.
what I'm saying though is that men need to be careful when they are next to a female who is expressing indifference. Because now what she's showing is that emotionally she is unconcerned about you. And the problem is with females will take it to a very serious, very lethal extreme. There's a reason why women go off and do things that get them in all kinds of trouble in courtrooms and everything else, with the men sitting there looking like it's okay. You're kind of crazy with that. So when their emotions get out of control with them, they start taking it to lethal extremes. So in your case, I can't tell you whether she desired you to die. I can definitely tell you that she was indifferent about it. Now that I can tell you. And truth be told, that's worse. That is worse. As far as I'm concerned, there's no returning for something like that. If that's happened, first of all, that's not something that just happens once and goes away. This is what I mean by somebody has made a decision. They've made a decision that in dealing with you, this is acceptable amounts of damage. This is acceptable. And when she's been spoiled and whatnot, just understand in her mind, the most important man to her is not you, it's her father. If it's him, because she probably don't give a damn about him either. So if you've raised a narcissist, just remember a narcissist will kill you. And keep this in mind to the fellas out there. Men, a person who kills you by accident is just as bad as a person who meant to do it. You're just as dead. This idea of what about intent, wasn't their intent? The only thing you need to find out was their intent to do what they did, as opposed to did I figure out what they did? So somebody who kills you by accident is just as bad as someone who got up this morning intending to do it. You're just as dead. So as men, what we have to do is stop allowing people in our presence who are not as invested in us as we are in them. You got to watch out for snakes and chameleons, and you got to watch out for people who are not living in your interests the way you're living in theirs. I put up a post on Facebook a few days ago. Unfortunately, in the modern era, the way that most females see society today is that they want a man to love them while she doesn't have to love him. And that woman will ride you until you're gone. Your camera's off for some reason also, Londell. I'm not sure if that's the issue. But definitely you made the right choice. And going forward, take it. The good thing is you're the guy at the barbershop. So now the young cats are going to be talking to you. And you're going to see this stuff from a million miles away. And that's really what we need is fellas who've been through this. And now they're not going to have a code of silence. Because a lot of guys are just ashamed. A lot of guys are ashamed. They're embarrassed. Ooh, she got over on me. He's down in the dumps. Whatever the case may be. And they don't pass it on to anybody else. That's how we end up with this being a cycle. So if y'all are going to chop it up and talk about that, if you're dealing with athletes and stuff, you're getting older, you're dealing with cats who are young enough to be your sons at this point. They need to know these things. And I know there's some of it you're still dissecting yourself, but they need to know this. They need to know how bad it can really get. They need to know the warning signs. And they also need to know how to avoid it. Some of this stuff is tough to hear, if you've got your idea, oh, we need to rebuild the community. Absolutely. We need to build families. Absolutely. Just not with her. We need to know that every woman ain't worth building a community and a family with. That's an idea, just like she's got the idea of the man she's supposed to be with, you have this idea of the woman you're supposed to be with. Okay, but did you make sure that this is the one? Or are you trying to imprint your ideal on somebody? You get stuck on that, she's going to ride you to the grave. And what you found out is, there are people who are so damn selfish that they will have no concern for how much damage they're doing to you. Brother, you got men who drop dead from heart attacks every damn day behind a female. You got men who have been sent to the damn grave. If you have a cardiologist, talk to him. You got men who have been killed every damn day tolerating a female. Tolerating her garbage every day. Every day. Not most days of the year, every day. I would submit to you that's the biggest cause of it because at least your job you can quit. You got to live with this thing over here, and then you got the state backing her up. That's a whole different thing. The state doesn't back your employer. The state gonna back her. Now you got to go fight with that. So, fellas, the moral of this story tonight is make sure that do your due diligence. Put that chick through boot camp. There are no princesses over here. Make sure she's solid. If she is not willing to do all the work necessary, she ain't solid. You've been with her for 4-5 years and you haven't thought to marry her, your animal instincts are talking. Do not ignore it. Those hairs on the back of your head stand up. Don't get the ultra sheen and pat it back down. It's trying to tell you something. And this might not be what you want to hear. We've been together since high school. Dude, that means you really know her. That's what that means. And maybe you just need a side chick. Maybe you just need a long-term girlfriend. Maybe you just need an LTR. But don't get it in your mind that I was born to be married and we're going to marriage or bust. That's how you end up here. Or at least that's how you end up in a situation like that. But the good news is, like I say, you made it from that side to this side, and I like to hear that because the behavior she's exhibiting now has given you proof positive you made the right decision. Now we on the right side of things. Now the power dynamic is in your hands. Now you where you need to be. And the more she keeps trying that, the more she's assuring you that you made the right choice. Because that's the other thing you didn't say, is that the more she keeps trying to snuggle up with you, the more it reinforces to you, yeah, I made the right decision. I sure did. This is exactly who I thought you were. You could have done this 10 years ago, 14 years ago. You're exactly what I thought you were. And if I open that door, we'll be right back here again in 12 months. Only this time you'll try to figure out a way that I can't get away from you. Because she probably didn't talk to some lawyers, whatever. Ooh, what you should have did was, okay. I'll let you have the last word.
That's exactly right, 100%. Because now my mind, when we got divorced, her sister, her lawyer cousin, they all was calling her stupid because I walked away from the marriage and she got nothing. You know, she didn't get nothing in the business. So that's she also started bringing that up. I was with you when you didn't have nothing. You know, I felt like I was a manipulator because I was worried about what other people think. So I was like, I didn't want to make it look like, oh, now that I came up in the world, you know, elevated a level, that I left my wife and all that. So that's one thing that kind of was in my mind, but I just said, skip it. But now that I'm free from that, and now that I on the other side of the tracks now, I see no benefits in getting married. I'm focused on my goal and my dreams. I'm not thinking about no women. I got women that contact me through social media because I'm in a small town. So, you know, I get a lot of attention. And now that I'm on this side, you know, I don't want to go back to that mind frame. And I'm just so grateful and thankful. Like Jason said, fellas, young guys, listen up, because I ignored the signs. The signs was there since the beginning, but I ignored it because what I was taught growing up about happy wife, happy life stuff. I'm doing all these things to help her. And I'm doing everything that she complained about, but nothing works. And if you ignore them signs like I did, it will cost you your life, like it almost cost me mine.
The problem with happy wife, happy life is that it makes the assumption that all women are equal. That's the problem with that saying. That's a slogan. That's a cliche. All women are not equal. Some are better than others, and some are no damn good whatsoever. So happy wife, happy life, that can't be true because that assumes that every woman is the same and every woman is equal, and it's not. The other thing there about this guilt trip, I was with you when you didn't have nothing. Yeah, and if I stayed with you, I would have lost everything. So if you were really that, the other thing is, if you were really that valuable, then I should have lost it all when you were gone. I shouldn't have more now than I had then. If you were really the secret sauce. If that's what you were, then I should have lost it by now, shouldn't I? I'm doing better than I ever have. You, on the other hand, still looking for a sponsor. I don't know if I believe in karma, but you know what? If this ain't karma, it'll do till karma gets here. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. Please do give us a call again. Good call there. Like I said, this is why I like to do the business. This is why I like to do my program here, because I get to do long form. You can't do a call like that. We can't get through a call like that in 5 minutes. There's too much to learn. There's too much to chop up. There's too much to dissect. Maybe some of y'all know who Londale is. He says he's a bit well known where he's from and everything. That's great. But you can't get through something like that in 5 minutes. There are too many young men out here who need to learn these life lessons. I can't get through everything I need to in 5 minutes. We need to go deep dive into this. So all my long haul truckers, my night shift nurses, my warehouse workers, my self-employed people, I'm doing you a solid on this, but especially to the young men, so you can hear all the variables and all the dimensions. We dissect this down to the DNA. That's important. All right, let me go ahead and see if I can get Brother Jeff up on here.
Hey, man.
All right.
What's happening?
Brother Jeff, what's on your mind, brother? I know you heard everything happening.
Oh, brother, man. First off, long time, man. Been kind of busy, but you as usual, just, batting practice over the fence with the truth you laying down. To the brother that you were just talking to, a couple of things bounced out to me about just him personally now that he is on the other side of this. I heard him say that high blood pressure runs in his family. Well, high blood pressure runs in your family because no one runs in your family. You got to take care of yourself better now that you are away from this negativity. I tell young bucks this all the time. You will not succeed or fail in spite of your mate. You will succeed or fail because of them. You are much better off at young bucks in the dating age now. You are much better off focusing on who you want to be and having a squad. I say this all the time. You what you trying to deal with one woman for? Dear black women, in the future, if you want a black man, the math dictates that you're going to have to share him. If you find yourself in this position, being articulate, intelligent, can conjugate a verb at home at a dice game or a meeting in the Oval Office, and the popo ain't looking for you, and you don't need to borrow her car, you are the commodity, not her. Any chick that's giving you problems like the ones you heard, if you are having those problems, you're not bad at relationships, you're bad at math. There is no reason to take this from sisters anymore. And this is not an indictment on all sisters. I love black women, but you no longer have a license to be stank as a birthright. Stank's not your birthright. You don't have the carte blanche to come at us funky. You did in any way, shape, or form. You like a terrorist with no hostages. You standing in a bank. You try to talk about robbing an empty bank. You have no leverage here. You supposed to be on your best behavior to get one of us. We are the commodity, and brothers need to stop. I'll say this, and I got a question afterwards. We need to look at ourselves for some reason. Yeah, that's my question, Jason. Why is it that black men for so long have not seen themselves as the commodity that those of us who fit the description I gave are, in your opinion?
Well, part of the answer to it is right there on your shirt. Part of the answer is there. We've been living in a society we didn't build. We've been fighting for survival. Everybody else is not dealing with that. So everybody else is allowed to set up rules, and then those rules stand. We haven't been allowed to set up any rules, and to the extent that we do, those rules are not allowed to stand. So it becomes very hard to define black masculinity and a black masculine power base when we're not allowed to set up any rules. How can you have culture when you can't set up the rules for it? Furthermore, how can you have compliance if you don't have enforcement mechanisms for the rules? That's why you have rules. Okay, this is what needs to be done, and if it's not done, here's what's going to happen if it's not. So when you have all that going, when you have men who've been running around in survival mode, and then when you've got a society that you serve, the fella's 74 years old, your tax dollars at work in Arkansas, not California, not New York, in Arkansas, telling his ex-wife, now here's how you can ring him and get him to pay off. This is what the social workers are telling him. They didn't tell her to get on birth control. They didn't tell her that. They told her, here's how you can get in line for his resources. That's the coaching that the state gave her. So under those circumstances, in reality, as black men, we've been maneuvered, whether we think it's noble or whether we think it's obligatory, into making ourselves into sacrificial lambs under the assumption that this will fix the community's problems. If there's just enough of us who are willing to give more of ourselves, sacrifice, we ain't doing good enough. All black men are dogs. We're not giving enough for the females. We're not giving enough for the children. We're not extending ourselves enough. When you start following that so blindly, of course you end up thinking, well, all I need to do is sacrifice myself a little bit more. If I just sacrifice a little bit more, I'm not doing enough, a little bit more, then it'll be all right. And in reality, the truth is somewhere back there. I'm not going to say it's all the way back over to the left, but it's not as far back. It's not as far back as we're telling ourselves.
Well, I'll say this, or I'll ask this too, and get out of your face. What do you think, if anything, is wrong with this advice that I give to young brothers? A, stop hanging out with or thinking that you going to get some cooter. You're not. You're giving out ding ding. Not one woman you're going to meet came here without a vagina. It's a gang of them got it, and all of them got it. So what I suggest to you is that you don't have sex with anyone that you don't see continuing your line. And I know that's hard for you to think of because we were bred like puppies. So you have no concept of line. But start thinking about a line. And number two, do not sleep with any woman that cannot move your life forward fully clothed. I'm talking about your get down, your program. If you're coding, if you're investing, whatever it is that you do, if you work with your hands, if you're a carpenter or an electrician, I don't give a damn if you're digging a ditch. If she can't bring you extra shovels and you ain't got another one telling you where to go find or put some dirt, then why, oh, why are you having sex with her as if this one that you picked is the only one with a vajayjay? What do you think of that advice?
Okay, well, first of all, the advice is certainly good, but only for a select part of the population. Because first of all, a woman's relationship with a man is only as valuable as the man is. Now, I don't care how great his sex may be. If he's a loser, you're having sex with a loser. I don't care how great the sex is. You're having loser sex. So a male who isn't already on a mission to build, we can't sell legacy or the value of legacy to a guy who doesn't have one and isn't making one. So what you're saying, once again, that advice is great, but only to a fellow who wants a legacy. When we talk about family, I've always taught you all, family starts with a man and a woman, not a woman and a bunch of kids. Yes. So once again, if this female is going to be with you, you say, don't be with a female who can't move your life forward. Well, yes, but that assumes you're going somewhere. Well, if he feels he's already reached his destination, all he's looking for is a female to get in his bed and comfort him in his destination.
Ooh, bro. Yes, you actually popped a memory bubble. This whole, and I fell for it. I adopted my oldest son, who's now 40. Understand this. Dudes that date single women or single mothers, there is no shame in having one of your prerequisites that a woman be childless. There is no shame in that, because this is for sure. That child you looking in the face, she was not yelling your name when it was conceived.
Well, here's my position on it. As long as you are not getting into entangling alliances, you're fine, because we have to just be honest with ourselves as men. We can't afford to be naive. That sacrificial lamb thing I was referring to. This idea that all the females, if we could just love them a little bit more, they'd be okay.
How about that?
No, that's not the way that works. We have to accept that, just like we understand that we live in a government system that we don't trust because we know it's calculating, the females are calculating as a group. We just need to accept that as a reality. That's not subscribing anything evil on somebody. It's just telling the news. This is mathematics. They're calculating. Now that you understand that, then you also simply accept the simple reality that if you get with certain women, they are there with an ulterior motive. I don't care what she said or anything else. On the subject of single moms, my position on this is clear. There is no incentive to get into an entangling alliance. And by that means anything that could bring you in contact with the state. If she's already got kids, she doesn't need a ring, and she damn sure doesn't need another kid. Furthermore, there's nothing you're going to get from her by marrying her that you're not already getting.
How about that?
So all you're doing is increasing the sticker price while decreasing the value of the asset itself. There's no reason or incentive to follow this through. Now, she's got reasons, but these are not reasons that benefit you. And that's another thing I want to talk about. As men, we have a hard time accepting that there are a bunch of social constructs and a bunch of social contracts that exist today that actually don't give us any benefit.
At all.
They don't give us any. It's like junk DNA. We're holding on to vestiges of something that used to have a use, and now, as I said at the beginning of the program, it's obsolete. I certainly believe in marriage. I do not believe in marriage as executed by the Western state system, but even to that extent, there are rules of the road. We can't treat the environment of today as if it's the environment our grandfathers were in. You're in California. You'd be a damn fool to be treating the economic environment of California 2023 the way your daddy did in 1953. Please. You'd be a moron to do that.
You'll be homeless.
You can daydream all you want to, but your daydreaming isn't going to overturn the reality. Likewise, you cannot imagine that the women of the day are the same as your grandmother. Great fantasy, but it doesn't exist. Bruh. So are you willing to accept that those social constructs are obsolete? And now will you adjust yourself for the following? Fellas, deal with the single moms. You know she good in bed because she had 50 other niggas. But recognize the limits. Fellas, if you want to deal with hoes, man, stack them deep, sell them cheap. Do what you do. Lil' Kim and the rest of them. Knock yourself out. But you should be disciplined to say, hey, this is the extent and the limits I can deal with you.
Oh, okay. There's a couple things. One, is some stank you got in the chat from somebody talking about don't date single fathers. Got it. Dear female, please understand that I was just discussing you. That whole snapback at black men, you're supposed to take this with your hands down because you don't have a damn thing to add that's going to hurt us. Whenever you snap back, you only hurt you. There is not one dude that already got kids that's worth a damn that's in your position. He's not. That advice had nothing to do with you. That snapback just hit you in the face. And two, I really think we need to drill down on what a hoe is, because a lot of women, when you bring it up, try to ask out the gate, well, is are men hoes? Male whore is redundant. So let's move that out of the way. Your opinion of what a whore is, ladies, is unimportant. It is of no use. Here is my personal definition. A hoe is any woman who has purposely slept with more than one man in an immediate family. two brothers, father, son, more than two men in an immediate group, the president, the vice president, and the treasurer of the same chapter accused, or more men than her age in the same given square mile radius of her home. If you done got down, if you 44 and you done screwed 44 dudes in a 44 square mile radius, perhaps you should move. Do we have, does that, that, and I think the game got tore up when we start treating hoes like nice girls and nice girls like hoes.
Yes. That's what the single mother epidemic did. The single mother epidemic dumbed down and diluted the value of females. The sexual revolution and single mother epidemic created this idea that I mentioned before, that all women are equal. Now you've got all the cast off hoes of the 60s and 70s who brainwashed the sons into saying all women are equal, happy wife, happy life, and these women ain't even wives. So yeah, this was we never figured that a bunch of old women who couldn't have children would dedicate their lives to brainwashing the next generation of women to make up for all the L's that they suffered. Well, guess what? That's what happened. So now you're in the situation you're in now. If you want to know my definition of a hoe, I make it really simple. A female that I cannot trust her sexual behavior with my life.
Right. Or you know what? That's the other thing. Hoes make poor choices full circle. I don't know any hoes that make great other choices. So that your choices about your sexual proclivity don't just point me in the direction of dudes I'm gonna be embarrassed by to bring you in a room, which, by the way, a sucker, the definition of a sucker is a person who respects a person, place, or institution more than that person, place, or institution respects itself. So that's why when I walk in with the town hoe, because I just moved in to town, I look like a sucker because I'm respecting her more than she is respecting herself. I'm treating her cooter like a town car when 6 months ago, she was treating it like a clown car. So in order to not fall over into the sucker category, metaphysically entirely in your game, understand that a woman who makes hoish choices is gonna hoe out your finances. She gonna hoe out your contacts.
How you do one thing is how you do everything.
Yes, absolutely. And with that, bruh, I got a pit bull puppy chewing my chair. I gotta deal with this dude and stop him and make him understand that, you know, his part of the house is his part of the house. Stop peeing all over the place. But bruh, as usual, home freaking run, Doc. You all, I've been listening to this show for hours and you ain't put out a syllable that don't make sense. Keep it up.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight, Jeff. Welcome as always. We appreciate that. And to think, I almost didn't come on tonight too, by the way. Imagine that. Jason, I've been busy, and to think I almost didn't come on tonight. So that's why I was a little bit late getting started here. So almost didn't make it, but I'm glad we did here. So, you know, we gotta pull through on this. Okay, look, let me address the hoe thing here right quick. A hoe is a female that a man cannot trust with his life, her sexual behavior. If I can't bet my life on your sexual behavior, use a hoe. There can't be any question about what's going to happen to my reputation. I got to be able to bet my life, my rep, my money, my status, my hopes, my dreams. I got to trust that on your sexual behavior. Well, Jason! All the hoes in the back screaming, well, Jason! Damn! That ain't fair! Excuse me. As the female, you're the only one here who can get pregnant in this equation, and that is a burden on me. If I cannot trust that you have control and discipline of yourself, then I should not be putting you in a situation where I am liable You're depending on me to be disciplined while you are not the picture of discipline. No, it doesn't work that way. So fellas, if you want to understand, when I'm talking about with your life, you know if a female is prone to sleep with a bunch of other dudes, your survival instincts are telling you this is not a good place for my DNA. This is not a good place. This is not a good place for a legacy. You're thinking about your survival. What Jeff was saying about your finances. If she's bad in these streets, she bad with finances too. Yeah, hoes and bankruptcy go hand in hand. Hoes and credit card debt go hand in hand. Y'all ever figure that out? Hoes and credit card debt go hand in hand. That's why they're always looking for a sponsor. They're always looking for some dumbass simp to bail them out. They're looking for the government to bail them out. Hoes and bad financial decisions go hand in hand. And just like Londale, once her bad decisions are now going to become yours. Her bad decisions will now become your bad decisions. So as a man, for me, you want to know what a hoe is? It's real simple. Is she somebody that I do not trust with my life when it comes to her sexual behavior? Jason, she's going to tell us about what she's done sexually in the last year. Are you willing to die if she's been lying to you? Are you willing to die if there's something you don't know? Are you willing to risk your life that what you believe she been doing is exactly what she been doing? Are you willing to die over it? And if the answer isn't absolutely, that's a hoe. Fellas, stop daydreaming to yourself. You're just making a fool and a sucker out of yourself. That's a hoe. Because you just got put to the test. You just got put to the test, and what you said is, she ain't gonna make it. And what I'm saying is, if your survival instincts are telling you, yeah, she ain't solid, stop sitting up here telling your survival instincts to shut up. If you're not willing to die on whatever her sexual rep is or whatever your beliefs about her sexuality are, that's a hoe. Real simple. Will you die over it? I don't know, Jason. I don't know if I die for anybody. Okay, but you ain't ready to die for this one? What I'm saying is that if you don't trust her with your life when it comes to her sexual content, her sexual conduct, that's a hoe. And what I'm telling you is, hey, I ain't hating on nothing. Look here, fellas. If you want to roll with the hoes, do what you do. Jason has no issue with that. You want to put some hoes through boot camp. Hey, pick them up, put them down. 1, 2, 1, 2. Drop and gimme. Well, just drop and gimme. Oh, hey, look, I ain't mad at you. I get it. I understand. She want to bring a friend. Dudes, I'm not here to restrict none of y'all. Get down how you get down. Get down how you get down. I'm not hurting or hating on nothing. What I'm saying, though, is don't put yourself in a bind. That makes you incompetent, and incompetent men don't have a place around competent men. There is no place around competent men for the incompetent. And if you rolling with a hoe, but you're not leaving the hoe in the hoe section of the train, that's a problem. Fellas, if you're dealing with a hoe and you didn't leave her in the hoe section of the train, that's a problem. As a competent man, I should be able to trust you that, hey, you see she's a hoe like I did. Why are you treating her like something that she isn't? That tells me how you're going to use your money. I'm not upset that the hoe is here. I'm upset that the hoe is being treated like a housewife. And I'm like, wait a minute, dude, what is we doing? What is we doing? What is we doing? That's all. Fellas, do what you do. Do what you do, make it pop how it's going to pop. I need to understand and know that you understand what you're doing. That's all. Fellas, if you want to roll with single moms, man, knock yourself out. But are you treating her like a single mom, or are you treating her like something she isn't? Are you acting and behaving in a disciplined manner, or are you displaying a complete lack of discipline? That's all. That's all. I'm not here to police, handcuff, none of that. I just want to know, hey, whatever you're doing, are you doing it in a competent manner? That's all. As long as competence is in the game, hey, roll. But if I start getting the impression that you're not competent, if I start getting the impression that you're reckless, then just understand that is going to affect and color how I see you and how I deal with you. Just because you operate in an incompetent manner, just because you are reckless and take needless risks, does not mean that I will be reckless and take needless risks with you. And if you demonstrate to me the clear signs that you are incompetent, thank you for showing it to me early. Thank you for showing it to me early. Well, we have had another epic broadcast here tonight. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, CashApp, Super Chat, Venmo. Adriana Gomez over there in the UK. We had her up way past her bedtime. Plant-based trucker. Fear to Zone GMAC. Thank you to everyone else who has contributed to tonight's program. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. We are the epitome of reality radio. And tonight you got a heavy dose of why it is. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we are here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. We've been rolling like a freight train over there for weeks now. We just did my program about what to get the man who has everything. Whole bunch of y'all have been wondering about, Jason, what do you get the man who has everything? What do you get the man that has everything? Masterclass put on. Get ready, strap on your boots. We went in deep, but you have all the relevant information. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program. Thank you for watching live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, all my brothers and all my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.